Welcome to the program.
Thank you very much, Art.
I'm going to have to learn to deal with your name as the night goes on.
Yeah, if you just say it slowly. It's actually a really common name in Ireland, but it doesn't seem to have traveled too well over here.
It's a neat name. The way you say it for me.
Colm Kelleher.
It sounds...
You have to say it with an Irish accent, otherwise it's meaningless.
I guess so. And that's Kolm, right?
It's actually Colm.
I'm sorry, Colm, yes. Yeah. And Kelleher is Kelleher.
That's correct, yeah.
Do you miss Ireland?
Well, occasionally I do, especially around Christmas time. It's usually people take 2 weeks off and really party it up. And occasionally I miss it, yeah, especially around Christmas. But I think there's a lot going in North America, especially the United States. I came over here in 1984 and traveled, as you mentioned earlier, I traveled from city to city, mostly heading west. So it's been really enjoyable here.
I've been friends with Bob Bigelow now for many years, actually. And he helped me found the original show that then turned into Dreamland, then called Area 2000. And so we've been in touch, through the years. And about 8 or 9 months ago, Colm, he came to me and said that he was, and I'm sure he's discussed this with you, he's a great benefactor to ufology and the areas of paranormal.
That's right.
And he said, do you have any thoughts on how I might productively use the money? And I said, let me think about it for a couple of days. And when I came back, I said, there's so much talk about the Brookings Report that it would be really, really, really interesting if you were to, in effect, commission another Brookings Report. And well, I don't know, a month or two went by, and he came back to me and said, well, Brookings has said they're not equipped logistically to do such a thing right now. And then many months went by, and I heard nothing. And then all of a sudden, I got this incredible press release from the National Institute for Discovery Science about a new survey out, a Roper survey. And when I read it, I went, holy smokes, this has got Bob Bigelow written all over it. And I picked up the phone and I called Bob and he said, well, you've got to have Colm on. He'll tell you about it. And so here you are.
Here I am.
So what drove this? What did we find out? What conclusions have you drawn of the Brookings Report, when it was done and what it basically said?
Well, it was it came out in 1960, and the title of the report is Proposed Studies on the Implications of Peaceful Space Activities for Human Affairs. And it was written for NASA, actually, in 1960. And it doesn't directly pertain to extraterrestrial intelligence except for a couple of sections. Earlier on in the report, it does talk about the need to study the implications of contact with extraterrestrial life. And then at the very end, it's a 200-page report. At the very end, it sets out a series of recommendations, mostly that this concept of contact with extraterrestrials is fundamentally important to humanity and could have a lot of wide-ranging implications and therefore needs to be studied. But I think as we know, there's been very little follow-up on this Brookings Report.
None that I know of. Now, didn't it more or less say, Colm, that that society and institutions might not handle the information too well? It
implied that, certainly, yes. And it called for more studies, saying, I think I can quote a small section. It said, while the discovery of intelligent life in other parts of the universe is not likely in the immediate future, it could nevertheless happen at any time. Whenever it does occur, its consequences for Earth, attitudes, and values may be profound. Hence, a long-term research effort which would aid in preparing for this possibility would be very useful. And it goes on to state that specific studies on sociology would be called for. Now, in 1997, Professor Al Harrison from UC Davis wrote a really interesting book called After Contact. And it was about the human response to ET life. It came out in 1997, and this was one of the first rigorous looks at this question since the Brookings had brought up the subject.
Mm-hmm. Many people, Colm, have said that the Brookings Report, in their view, would have been, at that time at least, sufficient evidence or study result for the government, should there be contact, to justify keeping it secret. Would you agree with that generally? That the government would interpret it that way?
Well, they did mention in the report that a lot of studies should be done on whether or not the results should be released to the public, and if they are released to the public, how they should be released to the public.
Yes, exactly.
They actually mentioned that in the report, but it was a one-sentence thing. Obviously, that would need to be, very carefully looked at.
Now, that was 39 years ago.
That's right.
Here comes 2000, 39 years ago. Now we have this new Roper organization report. Were you involved at the inception of the idea to go ahead with the Roper report?
Well, yes, actually. We started off, NIDS staff started off with a series of 52 questions, which we gradually, over many months and in consultation with Professor Al Harrison from UC Davis, who's a psychologist, we winnowed them down eventually to 13 questions, which we then put on our website at accessnv.com/NIDS.
Okay, we've got, by the way, I think, I'll check on that right now.
You do?
Since my webmaster is in the hospital, I can't say for sure, but I can check very quickly as we speak, and I believe we have a link up.
Oh, good.
So, folks, you can go to my website if you want to see the complete results of this incredible Roper survey. You go to my website and just link over. You're going to get a lot of traffic suddenly. I hope you're prepared for a lot of traffic.
Well, actually, we're hoping for a lot of traffic.
You are, huh?
Yeah, because I think that the more people see this poll, the better. But
okay, yes, the link is there.
Is it good? Okay.
Yes.
Well, the original 13 questions were put up on our website several months ago, and then from those 13 questions, 6 questions were sent to the Roper organization.
Oh, 6?
Yeah, so that we could compare the scientific study that Roper did with our non-scientific internet study. Now, we have about 1,000 replies to the internet study. The Roper organization did 1,971, just under 2,000 people.
Actually, that is a large survey. They do a lot of surveys for political things that have far fewer in the survey with a higher error margin. I noticed your error margin was way down at 2.5%.
That's right, 2.5%.
So that's a very healthy sample. It was a good one.
Yeah, basically what it says is that any trends in this survey are significant, and that they're real.
Yes. Oh, I understand.
Yeah.
So it was, I don't know exactly how Roper does what they do. Was it completely random?
What they do is they try to match the male-female demographics, age, household income. They try to get a fairly representative demographic section of the population, and they go. I think they've got a lot of practice at it. And then they divide it up into sections. They ask the questions, and then they give us the results. But I think looking through the figures, they have a very representative demographic section. Political affiliations, marital status, they're all pretty even.
Okay, well, the questions were extremely provocative, and the first one that I note that is in the press release, and we're obviously going to talk about some here that aren't even in the release, but the first one was that 1 out of every 4 Americans think that most people would, quote, totally freak out and panic, end quote, if such evidence were confirmed. But that's not the end of the story to that, is it?
No, it's not. We found a very obvious difference between how people felt they would handle contact themselves versus how they thought other people would handle it.
They thought 1 out of 4 would freak out,
That's
but
right.
When asked about themselves...
38%, actually 32% said they would be fully prepared to handle it. 17% said they would have to rethink their place in the universe, and 16% said they would be seriously shaken. So, but yet, they said that 1 out of 4, 25% thought that most other people would totally freak out and panic. But if you look at the figures of what they thought other people would do, 87% thought that other people would be very concerned or act very strangely or act irrationally. In other words, only 13% thought that other people would handle it in a rational manner versus 32% who thought that they themselves would handle it in a rational manner. That's a major disconnect.
It is, and how do you interpret it? In other words, what do you interpret that to mean?
I would say either they don't have a very high regard for how other people would react, or else they haven't thought about the question very deeply. They have a much higher confidence in how they themselves would go about it, but they have very little confidence in other people. And that actually,
to say that we have a better opinion of ourselves than we do our fellow man.
That's probably true, yeah.
Isn't that interesting? Do you think... So then you're left to wonder... You're really left to wonder, aren't you? It's still fair to say, I think you said, what, 16% in the second survey of the people that were questioned about their own feelings. So it still is near 20%, not that far away from 20%. Now, if you were working, Colm, for FEMA, right, or some organization that would be responsible for dealing with this kind of thing should it happen, would this be sufficiently worrisome for you that if you had that information in your hand, you would not release it? That's a straight-on question.
Well, personally, if I was working for FEMA, I would definitely try to release it.
You would?
Yes, because it's essentially a wake-up call for further studies in this area.
Do you think then, I'm going to pull the same survey question on you, do you think that the present people who are working for FEMA would release it?
I would hope they would. I know that FEMA is mostly focused on emergency management at the level of tornadoes and hurricanes, but
yes.
Just to give you one example, the amount of research that has gone into the low probability of an asteroid striking this planet, for example, versus the amount of study that has not gone into the consequences of extraterrestrial contact, there's a pretty big disconnect there too. We feel that the results on this Roper poll are a definite wake-up call to other institutions, academic and non-academic, to start looking at this question seriously.
All right. Colm, hold on. We're at the bottom of the hour incredibly already. Got lots of time in radio, fortunately, and a lot to talk about. I'm Art Bell. This is Coast to Coast AM. Once again, Dr. Colm Kelleher.
Pretty good.
Yeah, getting better. As I listen to your accent, I can slowly assimilate. Maybe by the end of the show I'll have it right. Here's the way I think about it a little bit, Doctor, and maybe you can help me here. If we were to be visited by extraterrestrials, it would be reasonable to assume that they have technology that is greater than ours, since we can't go visit the other guys right now. Is that fair to say?
I think that would be reasonable.
Now, they might be really warm, fuzzy little ET-type creatures, but it's also at least reasonable to assume they might not be. So I guess what I'm saying is, Wouldn't some fear be rational?
Well, that's partly what the poll began to explore, because it really does depend on how the first contact is orchestrated. People's responses were dependent on a generic contact, but if you had, for example, a series of scientists from the National Academy of Science giving a press conference saying, we have discovered unambiguous evidence, and the information filtered out that way, versus a panicky reporter on CNN reporting something really big and strange in the sky, and, a lot of confusion around that, people's reactions obviously would be very different.
You are so right. If CNN said something large had been spotted over Cincinnati, a definite UFO just hovering over Cincinnati or any other American city,
yeah,
there would be some panic, wouldn't there?
Yes, definitely. And we think that these kind of questions really need to be addressed, because, quite frankly, if ET contact does happen, we really have no idea of predicting how it would unfold, and the consequences would reverberate right through society. I mean, how would technology stocks on the Dow Jones do, for example? If a superior technology arrived, how would our fossil fuel industry react?
I don't know, if first contact were made with Bill Gates, it might be all right.
Things would be smoother that way. Yeah.
You'll have to excuse me every now and then. It's very serious stuff, but I can't resist. It says that, and this one really, really tossed me. It says that 80%. Now, in polls, even in politics, rarely do you get any result that 80% of the American people agree on. 80% of influential Americans, and I need to ask you about that, think the U.S. government would classify or suppress evidence of extraterrestrial life. Now, did Roper consider all of those surveyed to be influential Americans, or why did you use this line?
Well, Roper, for the last 30 or 40 years, have been doing, as you know, a lot of polling, and they've constructed a description of the political social activist, which comes from a lot of their questions on how involved these people are in political organizations.
Right.
Have they held political office?
Right.
Have they written letters to the editors of newspapers?
Right.
So they define a subset of the American population as influentials or political social activists. And we were very, very surprised by this. The percentage of Americans who thought that the U.S. government would classify or suppress information was in the low 70s. I believe it was 72%, but the influentials were actually higher. So these are the trendsetters, the people who determine trends, and that really surprised us that it was higher than the normal, the rest of the American population.
Well, again, let me do what I probably shouldn't do and turn the question on you. You are an influential American. You have a doctorate. You're immersed in studies of this very thing. And so you're the perfect person to ask. Really. Have you considered yourself, Doctor, whether our government, in your opinion, would suppress evidence, if they had it, of extraterrestrial life?
I think they're capable of suppressing the evidence, but we as an organization, we don't have any evidence that they are suppressing evidence. But
but that wasn't the question, really.
Yeah, I feel that they're capable of suppressing. Yes, certainly I do.
Well, that is almost the full answer. Let me push you a little further. Let me help you out here. I'm convinced that, our government operates on secrecy. I mean, it thrives on secrecy. Black budgets, secret projects, new aircraft, things that are classified. A lot of our government's power comes from keeping secrets. And a lot of power and money is shifted around that way. So isn't it logical when you know that to imagine that they would keep it, at least for some period of time, secret?
Our organization has no evidence that they are, but it's definitely a possibility that that they are capable of suppressing the information. Robert Bigelow, as you mentioned, is executive director of our organization, and he's been in this game a long, long time.
Yes.
Way before NIDS was formed, before NIDS,
yes.
Late 1995. He uses the analogy of a whale swimming through the water for the U.S. government, and a small parasite attached to the whale as being a small group that would have knowledge of these things. So the whale is not in any way knowledgeable about the parasite that's stuck on its back, but yet the parasite is tied in with private industry and is actually involved in suppressing knowledge of ET.
And that's an interesting way to put it.
Yeah, it's an interesting analogy, but he certainly is from the people he's talked to over his long history in this topic. He's pretty convinced. But our NIDS as an organization doesn't have direct evidence.
Well, I'm not even sure that Bob has. Well, let me think that one over a little. I certainly don't have any evidence, absolute evidence, that our government is aware of extraterrestrial presence. I think, though, almost without a doubt, they would keep it secret. That is my opinion, simply my opinion. Anyway, it goes on. When asked what they thought UFOs were, this is really, really interesting. 25% thought they were alien spaceships. 12% thought they were secret government programs. I thought that was really low, by the way, 12%. 9% said hallucinations. 19% said UFOs are normal events that are simply misinterpreted by witnesses, and 7% said travelers from other dimensions. Now, there's a lot of surprises here. I found this 12% to be amazing. I mean, I have always thought myself, Doctor, it about half possible that it's, our own government, because I've seen a craft right above my own head, and the other half that it could be others. But just 19%?
Well, we were
12%.
We were pretty surprised that 25% plus 7% the travelers from other dimension. That makes a total of 32% of the American population think it's either extraterrestrials or interdimensional travelers. To coin a term.
Yes.
Whereas 1/3 don't know, and then the other third are really made up of secret government programs, hallucinations, and normal events. In other words, there's something that present-day science and technology can explain easily. So it really cuts down into three different categories.
Yeah, you're right. You're
1/3
right.
think it's something exotic or esoteric. 1/3 think it's something explicable, and 1/3 don't know. I found that interesting.
Yeah, we have nothing, though, to compare this to. In other words, your survey has gone far beyond in this particular area. The Brookings Report never even attempted to give us these kind of figures. So we have nothing to compare this to, and we have no way of knowing whether this was always the case.
That's right.
What do you think? If we did another survey like this in, say, another 10 years, Doctor, would you think these numbers would change?
It would be very interesting, actually, to do another survey down the road, because you're right. This is a single data point, and we really need more data points, and that's really why we're trying to encourage other institutions to maybe take up the baton. Bob Bigelow sponsored 2 surveys previously through the Roper organization on extraordinary experiences.
Right.
One was conducted in 1991 and one was conducted in 1998, and there were substantial differences in trends between the two surveys. So this being a single data point, so to speak, would be definitely worth repeating down the road.
Would it be your guess that if we were to do one in 10 years, there would be a fairly major change in this particular survey, if the same questions were asked?
Well, a lot of our research is going out and interviewing high-quality eyewitnesses with respect to what they've seen, and a lot of the reports that we've been getting are consistent with item number one, which is, do you think UFOs are alien spaceships? There's a lot of the eyewitnesses that are coming to us are telling us stories that are consistent with this. So if that trend continues, you might expect that category may increase over time.
Now, perhaps one unintended consequence of what you have done here with this survey is that our government will utilize it. In other words, you have done something that our government officially really couldn't do without creating a panic. You've done something they can't do. So obviously they are going to assimilate this information. And my question is, what do you think they will conclude as a result of this?
Well, I hope they conclude the same thing that we've concluded, which is we really need to get into this in a much more deep way. We need to expand. Somebody needs to expand the surveys. One of the things that was really interesting that I found was we did a first-generation statistical analysis on the results, and Professor Harrison at UC Davis did pretty well all of it, but there's really strong differences between male and females, for example, in the way they answer some of these questions.
Oh, in what way?
Well, for example, in the question of undeniable evidence of the existence of advanced extraterrestrials, would you be fully prepared to handle it? 38% of males said yes, they would, but only 26% of females said they would be fully prepared to handle it. That's a very, very big difference.
It is. It is. Why do you any thoughts on why?
I think it's the male macho rush into battle kind of thing. They would be fully prepared to handle it. And it actually is consistent right down the categories. For example, 11% of males would be seriously shaken, and 21% of females would be seriously shaken. That's a very statistically significant difference, too. 2% of males would be extremely distraught, and 7% of females would be extremely distraught. So overall, the women would be more seriously shaken and more distraught and less fully prepared to handle it. We think that's a very significant.
It is a very significant. You're right. It's very significant and kind of a sad commentary on men, in a sense. In other words, if it's because they're macho and, who cares, those little guys will squash them like bugs.
Yeah.
I mean, really, when you think about it, intellectually, they would have far superior technology. So men, if they were smarter, would be as scared as the females apparently are.
Well, yeah, it's also interesting. In the first question we asked was, if there was an ET landed, who would you choose to make first contact? 8% of men said religious leaders they would choose, but 13% of women said they would choose the religious leaders. And that's another statistically significant, that's actually a very statistically significant difference. And we've found so far, 49 really interesting trends that are embedded within these data, and that's really only a first-generation take on the numbers. But I think this is actually a demographic goldmine.
Oh, it is.
Yeah,
it is, and we're far from done. I guess 20% said first contact. They would choose to make first contact with the military.
Yeah, they would send in the military.
20%, huh? And then 29% said scientists.
Yeah, it's interesting. If you break that down with household income, that 20%, it's pretty dramatic too. 22% of people who earn under $15,000 a year would send in the military, whereas only 11% of those earning over $75,000 a year would send in the military.
Huh.
And that's actually reversed if you're sending in the scientists. 38% of the people earning more than $75,000 would send in the scientists, while only 24% who are earning under 15,000 would send in the scientists. So there's trends in there right across the spectrum of education, male, female, and there's demographic trends in the ethnic groups that we haven't addressed yet, and we really I think need to sit down and go through it with a fine-tooth comb.
All right. Hold it right there. We're at another break point. We'll be right back. This is Coast to Coast AM. Back now to our guest. Doctor, I'm going to have a hard question for you here. Maybe it's easy. Remember a little while ago we were talking about the fact that really our government couldn't do a survey like this, without creating panic just in the doing of the survey. That's pretty fair to say, don't you think?
Obviously, there would be concern.
Yeah. People would say, why are they doing it? There must be a reason. Now, people call me all the time here on the program. Call them and they say, are you a CIA? Are you CIA? And I got so sick of answering the question.
Oh, they ask you, were you CIA?
Yeah, that's right. They ask me all the time. And I got so sick of it being asked that I finally said, yep. And then there's a long silence on the line. And they say, thank you, goodbye. And so that's the way I've handled it. But see, many of us would imagine that since the government could not do a survey like the one you have just done, some people would imagine that the government would come to an organization like yours to get such a survey done. So, are you working for the government?
Well, it's a very easy answer to that question. The answer is no.
Okay.
I think, neither NIDS or Robert Bigelow has ever been affiliated with a government organization.
You understand why I would ask?
Oh, I can understand it. Yeah, because we've seen obviously rumors to that effect on the internet, but we are a private research organization, and we're fully funded by Robert Bigelow. We don't have any government grants, or we don't have any ties to the U.S. government whatsoever.
Mm-hmm. So now let's finish up a little bit with the survey. The way it breaks down as far as first contact is concerned. By the way, regarding first contact, I just ran a commercial, and it was talking about first contact, and they were nasty little creatures. How much do you think the media, what sort of influence does it have with the various movies that always show aliens? Well, actually, there's two classes. One show them as warm, fuzzy little guys, and the other show them, usually eating people or something awful like that, destroying cities and, Independence Day, that kind of movie.
Right.
How much influence do you think popular media has on the answers that you're getting in these surveys?
Well, we think it's a strong influence. Your previous question about a second survey may actually bear that out, but you remember the Steven Spielberg movies in the 70s, Close Encounters and E.T.
Yes.
were very, very benign and warm and fuzzy.
Yes.
But then we've got Independence Day. We have Mars attacks landing in Pahrump, and they're zapping people at the welcoming committee.
I know.
There's a definite trend towards hostility, and even the X-File movie, that the ETs were pretty hostile.
Did you find it more than just a little suspicious that they destroyed Pahrump? I mean, of all. places.
I thought it was more than a little suspicious that they landed in Pahrump.
Yeah, me too.
That threw me a bit. Obviously, that was bowing to you.
I don't know about bowing. It was kicking me in the butt, probably. Anyway, has your organization, on the more serious side for a moment, considered, from your point of view as an organization that studies these kinds of things, in what way do you imagine first contact most likely would occur?
The people that we're talking to out in the southwestern parts of the United States, we've talked to literally over 100 people now as NIDS staff in the last couple of years. And these are carefully calibrated eyewitnesses. They're reporting craft that are they seem to be interacting. In other words, being very visible, and there is no obvious hostility. So there's no perception of hostility from the people we've been talking to. But then again, it's not a benign. It's neither benign nor hostile. It's a keep your distance interaction, and that's really right across the board what we've been seeing and what we've been hearing from other people. So obviously, there's going to be questions about credibility of the eyewitnesses and credibility of people that we've had connections with. But that's what we've been getting. So there's really, I think it's an open book in terms of what first contact will look like, in terms of how the day after is going to be played. No matter what people think right up till now, I think the overwhelming effect will be the sequence of events during the 24 hours and the 48 hours following an unambiguous contact. And as I said, if you've got a CNN reporter who's very, very panicked and confused, it's going to play that way. We feel that the media will have a very, very important role, especially with live reporting on TV, if something dramatic like this would happen.
Well, yes. It's hard for me to... I mean, could you draw a picture of what you think would occur if CNN, let's say that the anchor on CNN only appeared a little confused, perhaps a little concerned. You know, they try to maintain their composure somewhat, but let's say that it broke on CNN.
Yeah.
How can you draw a picture of what the next 12, 24, 48 hours would be like, in your opinion?
Well, there would be so many variables because if the initial contact, if it appeared on TV, then obviously who would get there second would depend. Who would be able to spin the information to the public in the next wave? In other words, would it be government? Would it be military? Would it be a scientific organization? And that's really the first part of our poll. If it was the military, or if CNN turned to the scientists or the religious leaders, it would be a totally different spin, or to a private organization that had planned for such a contingency. All of these different variables would have extremely different outcomes. It's like a region of maximum instability, where small variables really have a major effect on the outcome. So it would be there are multiple different scenarios that would unfold from those initial first points.
If there were a craft hovering over a city,
right,
what sort of reaction would you expect? And I know I'm asking things that you really can't answer, but what kind of reaction would you expect from our military? I mean, would we have jets and helicopters, and military deployments?
Yeah, I would find that enormously difficult to answer, because I really have no idea if even contingency plans exist for that kind of thing in the military. We can see the way it played out on the movies, but I really would have little or no information on how it would play out in real life in terms of how the military would react. But we do have anecdotal reports from the 1950s of alleged intrusions into aerospace by unidentified flying objects, and we have quite a few reports of military sending up response aircraft. So I would imagine something of that ilk might happen.
Sure, I would too.
Yeah.
The next obvious question is: would you expect the military to be on a reconnaissance only mission, or would they react aggressively? Have we continued to evolve intellectually to the point where we wouldn't shoot first and ask questions later?
I would hope that it would be the latter, because that's really, it's a very, very difficult question, but I would hope it would be the latter. I feel that part of the issue involving contact would be very much dependent on our spiritual versus technical evolution and maturity. And there are definite questions in terms of humanity being very technologically advanced and very culturally and spiritually not too advanced. And that dichotomy may play a role in, for example, an ET civilization connecting with us and how they would connect with us. Mm-hmm. If they see overt hostility, which they would obviously on the planet right now, it might temper the way they would contact us. So it would be a really complex interplay between their ability to survey what's happening with us and our ability to react in a mature way.
Well, as you pointed out, if they were, first of all, it is absolutely reasonable to assume an advanced civilization preparing to make contact with us would first observe us before making contact. It's a fair assumption, at least from our point of view.
Yeah, we think that's a fair assumption, and a lot of people appear to think that actually there's some evidence that may have happened in the past and may actually still be happening.
And may be the reason that we have not yet had absolute contact. Would you agree with that? In other words,
I personally don't think that's an unreasonable assumption. If I put myself in ET's shoes, so to speak, looking at this planet, there's 35 or somewhere between 35 and 40 armed conflicts that are going on right now, which are very easy to monitor.
That's right.
What happened in the Yellow Sea earlier today, and
good example.
Yeah, for example,
India and Pakistan, both.
That's right. In the last couple of days,
Kashmir could be some kind of horrible showdown.
Yeah, there's a war in Eritrea right now. There's major conflict right now on the planet, which would be very easy to monitor. So, if I were in ET's shoes, I would tend to take a softly approach, because we may be, as humans, we may be the Klingons of the galaxy.
What a thought!
Yeah, we may be considered extremely warlike and very dangerous to approach. That's obviously pure speculation. There's no data that we have at all to support that. What I'm saying is pure speculation.
All right. Well, okay. Well, let's stay with speculation for a moment. Do a lot of it on this show. If they were advanced technologically, is it reasonable or too much of a leap to assume that they would be advanced from a social point of view as well? In other words, evolved past violence, past self-destruction, that sort of thing.
Well, there is a school of thought that would say that there's a sort of a self-limiting feature of evolution where societies or civilizations destroy themselves if they're insufficiently spiritually aware. In other words,
right.
If the gap between technology and spiritual or that kind of evolution, is too large, then they self-destruct, they implode.
Well,
so it's kind of like a self-limiting part of evolution. In other words, that implies that any ETs who surpass that will have controlled the ratio between technological and spiritual evolution.
Indeed. One of our nation's great theoretical physicists, Dr. Michio Kaku, who I interview quite frequently, lays out several different levels of civilization from 0 to 1 to 2 to 3, and says that we are indeed a zero, which type 0, which would use coal and the various things that are on the planet to generate energy.
Right.
And it is his view that very, very few civilizations, and there are many, he contends, would ever make it out of type 0 to type 1. In other words, past the discovery and use or abuse of element 92.
Right.
Would you agree with that hypothesis?
Well, it's always intrigued me, as it has others, that the explosions in Hiroshima and Nagasaki were followed about 2 years later by a vast increase in the number of sightings being reported by people in North America, especially.
Actually, that is about when the sightings began, isn't it?
47.
Yeah, 47.
Yeah, well, there have been, obviously there were sightings before that, but there seems to have been an increase since 1945. Whether or not that has any direct bearing, we don't know, but it's compelling. It's tempting to speculate that there is a link.
Well, it may be ridiculous to stick with Star Trek, but a few things in Star Trek stick out. And one of them, of course, is what was called the Prime Directive. And that would be non-interference with a developing civilization.
Right.
And it seems quite reasonable that if there had been a socially and technologically evolved civilization that had been watching us, there would be a sort of a Prime Directive. Is that reasonable?
That's really getting into territory that we're that we have nothing to go on.
Always depend on me to lead you right away from. But it is an intriguing question. It has to do with contact.
It's a very interesting concept because if, for example, that the contact is being delayed because of exactly that, the Prime Directive, we're being watched, for example, because we're still at this level 0 that you talked about. Mm-hmm. And I presume the level 0 also includes overt hostility among nations. Mm-hmm. Then maybe if there is a Prime Directive, then our future really needs to be worked out by ourselves before we can move on. And that actually is quite a challenge for us.
It sure is. All right. When we get back, we'll continue to talk about the survey, but you're about to hear some secrets, or things that up until now have been secret. I've known about a few of them for some time, but I signed a paper saying that I couldn't talk about them. When we get back, to some degree, in a veiled kind of way, we are going to talk about them. So prepare to hear some things you've not heard before. From the high desert, I'm Art Bell, from the National Institute for Discovery Science, Dr. Kelleher. Doctor, welcome back.
Thank you.
It was many, many, many months ago. Bob Bigelow came out to see me, and he had me sign a non-disclosure agreement, which I signed, and he provided me with a lot of information about some of the work that he's been doing, which is incredible. I mean, some of it is really, really incredible. And so, since I don't know what I can and can't say, I'm going to just ask you to outline what you can tell us. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we are not going to identify specific locations with what you're about to hear, because to do so would be to compromise the continuing research that is going on. So we're going to give you only general locations. But be assured, I know these specific locations. Doctor, what can you tell us about the work that's been done?
Just firstly, I'd just like to mention that we, as an organization, have been conducting detailed investigations into these anomalous phenomena, primarily in the southwestern part of the United States, for just about 3 years now, since most of the staff were hired about 3 years ago. Mm-hmm. And in that process, what we're really interested in doing in the field investigations are trace cases, in other words, phenomena that leave traces. And we've assembled a group of nationally accredited labs in North America that we feel can do an excellent quality analysis on any physical traces that we find. And over the last 3 years, we have evolved our ability to analyze, whether it be biological analysis, chemical analysis, or veterinarian pathology. We feel that we're at the stage now when we can do a good job on most analysis. So one of the things we're interested in is asking people to connect with us, contact us if they feel they have cases that are of interest, and they can connect with us via our telephone, which is 702-798-1700, or our email, which is, as I said, physical traces is what we've evolved our ability to analyze, and we feel that we do a relatively good job.
Can you tell us what you have found with regard to any physical trace information so far?
We can certainly say that in the animal pathology arena, we've looked at close to a dozen cases, and we've eliminated probably over half of those as having a conventional explanation where the animal died of infectious diseases or poison or something else, which is easily explicable.
That's half.
This is the investigation of the so-called animal mutilation, and we have a Dr. George Onett, who's a veterinarian pathologist on our staff, who does a lot of that. And but we have found in the remainder of the animals evidence that we feel rules out infectious diseases or attacks by predators or scavengers. And we've done a lot of analysis in that area. And we're fairly confident that there are cases where animals, especially cattle, die where the explanations are not the standard explanations that most people hear about.
All right, that's what you've ruled out. In other words, half of them can be thought to be disease of one sort or another, even something weird, but explainable. The other half.
The other half. Let me give you an example then. On last October, we investigated a case of a 3-year-old cow that was found dead by the owner, and it had been in very good health the previous day. We went through the full necropsy, which is the autopsy, and then we did toxicology, histology, chemical analysis. And then we followed that with another series of analyses. And the bottom line of what we found several things. That there were several cuts on the animal around the eye that had been done with a sharp instrument that was very, very sharp. In other words, under a microscope, the hair could be seen to be cut. And we have a report of this on our website, if anybody cares to look. But
okay,
we found an unusual bluish gel also on the animal. And this is where the trace analysis that I was talking about comes into play, because we went through multiple levels of analysis and we established that this compound contains formaldehyde, and it also contains a phenol-like compound, which is fairly good evidence that the blue gel was added to the animal rather than coming from the animal. And that's kind of important. We also found that the animal's heart was shredded,
Excuse me, shredded?
Shredded. Yet it's the sac that contains the heart, which is called the pericardium, was actually intact. We also found the animal tested positive on 2 different pregnancy tests, but there was no fetus and there was no evidence of spontaneous abortion.
Let's back up a little bit for me. Shredded heart. Now, shredded heart. Does as a result of a physical instrument having shredded the heart, or a biochemical process taken?
There was no entry wound into the heart, and the sac, the pericardium surrounding the heart was intact. So,
wow.
The person who investigated this described the heart as being in the same condition as having been shot with a bullet, but there was no evidence of an entry wound. Obviously, now this is in the realm of difficult to explain. This is not the kind of thing that you can explain away. You know,
I was about to ask you to try to explain it with your background.
We really, at the moment, have not been able to come up with an explanation of how that was done, because we looked at the hide very carefully. There was no effect on the hide. So whatever was done, we are relatively sure that it came from the outside rather than the inside of the animal. In other words, it wasn't a standard infectious disease kind of thing that happened from within the animal. Something happened outside the animal that caused this.
Wow.
We also found that the animal's liver had very low copper levels, and that's actually something that's coming out more and more in these cases, and we have no explanation for that either. What we're trying to do is data gather, and then put it out in reports so that other people who are in the same business can start comparing notes, because we find that a lot of these investigations, we're doing stuff that other people haven't done.
I know. Doctor, Bob Bigelow obviously has the resources to do this, and there is an undisclosed location that is very carefully being monitored, video surveillance monitored. And there was a story that could be told about that video surveillance. Are you able to tell that?
What I can do actually is I can give you a flavor of several incidents that have happened in the region of the Southwest in the last couple of years.
All right.
And it's again, what we're looking for is people who are listening, who have had similar things happen, maybe to get in contact with us to see if how widespread these are. Let me describe the first incident that happened. Investigators that were staking out an area that was considered a hot spot. In other words, there are several hot spots in the southwest of the United States, one of which you've just mentioned. And both of these people had a lot of experience. They were well equipped. One had a camera, standard 35 millimeter camera with infrared film. The other had Generation 3 night vision binoculars. So they were on a ridge overlooking this area that they were monitoring. It was about 2 a.m. in the morning on a moonlit night, and they were just kind of packing up because it had been a very quiet, uneventful night. Mm-hmm. One of them, about 200 feet below, they were on a ridge overlooking this area. 200 feet below, one of them spots a small yellowish pale light. First of all, they thought it was a reflection of a piece of glass on the ground or something. Mm-hmm. But then the light began to expand, and picture a very pale yellowish light that's getting bigger and bigger. So one of the investigators started assembling his camera that he had just disassembled in order to take long exposure infrared shots of this light. The other one switched on the night vision binoculars, and the guy with the night vision binoculars saw that rather than just being a light which was constantly expanding and had now reached about a diameter of 4 feet, through the night vision binoculars it was obvious that it was a tunnel. What he was seeing was actually a tunnel of light.
A tunnel?
A tunnel. And this was about 2 feet off the ground, apparently stationary, and through the night vision binoculars, which really picks up everything very, very well.
Oh yes.
He could see that it was basically stationary in the air, a tunnel of what looked like just light, bright light.
Well, let me stop you. I'm trying to picture this mentally. To me, a tunnel would imply a brighter outline with a descending amount of brightness toward the center. That's how the eye would perceive a tunnel.
Well, what I'm saying is that the investigator that didn't have the night vision binoculars could just see
light,
a 4-foot expanse, a circular expanse of light. Through the night vision, it was obvious that light had depth. In other words, that it wasn't just an expanse of light. It had depth, and it seemed to be receding. But he began reporting that there was movement inside this tunnel of light. So he began reporting that there was movement inside this tunnel of light. So the guy with the camera started taking long exposure pictures. Then through the night vision binoculars, he sees, first of all, a hand, what looks like a hand appearing, and then a second hand appears. And what he's looking at is something that's pulling itself along this tunnel of light, which is suspended 2 feet above the ground. And the only reason that he's able to see this is because he's looking at with Generation 3 night vision binoculars.
Yes.
Then he sees a head coming through the tunnel, and he realizes that it's a very black-looking being or humanoid that's pulling itself through the tunnel. The being pulls itself slowly out, using its arms to brace itself on the edge of the tunnel. It looks like solid through the night vision. He ends up on the ground 2 feet below, having pulled himself out of the tunnel, stands up, and then vanishes into the night. Meanwhile, the guy with the camera is still busily taking long exposure night vision or long exposure infrared shots. They look through the night vision. They search the area looking for any trace of this humanoid. There's no trace, so they go down to where the light, by the way, slowly begins to shrink after this humanoid emerges,
yeah. And
then basically goes back to nothing. It shrinks back on itself and is gone. So they go down. They climb down the 200-foot ridge. And they get down to exactly where they had triangulated where this had happened. They noticed a strong sulfur-like odor in the area. They could see absolutely nothing else. There was no traces. They had a magnetic field detector right there with them, which they used, and there was no evidence of magnetic field. They searched the area. There was no tracks. There was nothing.
Here we're dealing with accomplished investigators, people who were there to look into exactly the kind of thing.
That's correct. And both people had experience in looking into these kinds of phenomena. But the fact is, there was no tracks. There was nothing that we could really investigate that came out from that, and we're still actually trying to look for leads of how we were lucky enough to be able to use Generation 3 night vision binoculars in order to see that. But other people in the same area have reported many times evidence of these very, very pale lights that appear and then disappear. But nobody has been able to see anything climbing out of a tunnel that's located just above the ground.
That's the first time I've ever heard that story. Now, with respect to the long exposure 35 millimeter photographs, what showed up there?
Absolutely nothing.
Nothing.
And that's the interesting thing, because the night vision binoculars go well into the infrared. They can see well into the infrared. So we had infrared film that was being exposed, but nothing showed up whatsoever on that. And it may have been that the exposures weren't long enough. We're talking 20 to 30 second exposures. It was a relatively moonlit night.
Yeah, I can understand how it might not show up. Anybody's ever tried to go out and take pictures of stars, even with some of the most sensitive night vision, for example, the Sony Night Shot, even that, you can barely get the brightest stars. So I guess I can understand. And I also have third generation night vision, so I understand what that does. And
so you know how good they are.
Oh, I do. I certainly do. It turns night into day, literally.
Yeah.
If there's any light source whatsoever, it is so easily seen and magnified so many times. The third generation is amazing.
Yeah,
stuff.
that's right. We can spot, coyotes way down in the distance.
Oh yes.
They're really excellent pieces of equipment.
All right, Doctor. Hold on. This is pretty wild stuff, but what you've got to understand is you're listening to things that have never been heard before. A research sponsored by Bob Bigelow, who is quite silent on what he does, quite private about what he does, and you're hearing about it for the first time tonight, right here. This is Coast to Coast AM. I'm Art Bell. All right, we just heard the most remarkable story. You've got to remember, this is sponsored research by well-qualified researchers that you're hearing in specific hotspots, unnamed hotspots, here in the Southwest that has been going on for years now. Research that has never been talked about until now publicly. We're still not telling you and will not tell you precisely where it was that these things you're hearing about occurred. But I can tell you that that information is known and extremely well documented and is being withheld for obvious reasons, so that the ongoing research can continue without interruption from the curious public and the press and so forth and so on. So it's being couched a little bit with regard to where it occurred, but you can be damn sure that the details you're hearing are accurate. Now, Doctor, I realize this is obviously speculation, but boy, to me, what you just described sounds like a dimensional portal of some sort opening in our time-space with some sort of creature coming through and then going who knows where. But I mean, that's that. If I had to describe what you just talked about, that's what it sounds like, doesn't it?
Well, that's one of the first things that we'd like to try to repeat. One of the I suppose frustrating things about this kind of research is it's not amenable to replication as a standard part of the scientific method, because we don't have any control of when it's going to happen or where it's going to happen.
Well, because you are not the causative agent, you are the observer only.
That's right, and we can't control the variables, but that makes it challenging for the scientific method. But it's also enhances creativity in terms of what are the best ways that we can use to approach this. And one of the things that we would like to do, if possible, is to invite people to contact us if they feel they've had similar experiences, because we know a lot of the time these pale yellow lights have appeared in the southwest of the United States.
Mm-hmm.
Now, whether or not each one is associated with the kind of phenomenon that we just described, I don't know, but it's definitely worth paying close attention to.
One could also imagine time travel. I mean, there are many things that you could imagine.
Many different explanations, and really what we need is the physics of what is happening, because what we just described was really defying the laws of conventional physics as defined by kind of college-level textbooks. There's a lot of very interesting high-level physics research, theoretical research that's going on right now that may have some way of explaining some of this stuff, but it certainly hasn't filtered into the textbooks yet.
Doctor, when Bob Bigelow came to see me and I signed the non-disclosure agreement, he told me a story about two cameras that were recording 24 hours a day, mounted high on observation poles, which were more or less looking at each other. In other words, you had two cameras at a distance looking at each other, each with a video recorder running, looking for some event or another. Are you able to tell any of that story?
I could give a brief description of actually what happened. Just picture a long line of telephone poles that are running along a property. On two adjacent telephone poles that are separated by about 200 feet, there are three cameras on each of those two poles, making a total of six television cameras.
Oh, okay.
So one of the television cameras is pointing towards the other pole, and the other two are pointing in other directions. We found that one of the cameras, one of the telephone poles, lost power very, very suddenly at about 8:30 one night, just as it was beginning to get dark, but definitely nowhere near dark. And it lost power without any obvious reason. Upon investigation, it became obvious that the wiring to the camera had been fairly violently ripped out, and the wiring had been attached to the telephone pole ascending by pretty well half a roll of duct tape. You know, the sticky duct tape?
Of course.
Upon investigation, not a shred of that duct tape was found, which means that a lot of trouble had been gone to remove that duct tape, and then following that to rip the cords from the camera. But the fact that we had there was another camera on the adjacent pole that was pointing directly at this incident.
So in other words, you had videotape.
That's right. We were very confident that we had whatever it was that caused this shutdown in power by ripping out the cords. We had it on videotape.
And so obviously the first thing you do is go back to that videotape and...
Yeah, so what we did was we got played back the tapes. First time round, there was absolutely nothing obvious. In spite of the fact that the camera was pointing directly at the pole, and we're talking a camera with infrared capabilities, so it's not like it was too dark to see anything. We could see easily what was going on, and with the timestamp on both cameras, we could show that the camera that was looking at the camera that was disabled was at exactly the same time. We got the tape digitally enhanced, and we could still find nothing. So what we have is
that's impossible.
Well, it would have been a very difficult feat to perform, because we have it on film that something interrupted that camera by ripping out the wires. It would have been very, very easy to spot somebody climbing up the telephone pole, which is what would have needed to happen.
And removing all that duct tape. And
removing all the duct tape and then ripping the wires out would have been very easy to spot. We could see cattle in the foreground and background that were very, very easy to pick out. We could have picked out a human easily with that video camera, but nothing came up on the tape.
You videotaped an impossibility, at least from our point of view. In other words, there's no way that camera that remained operating with a timestamp, as you looked at that exact moment, could not have picked up what happened, and yet it didn't.
That's correct.
That's impossible.
That's correct. We went to a lot of trouble to investigate because another of the wires on the first telephone pole, it was actually a dead wire, had been cut in two different places, removing approximately a 3-foot section of the cable.
Wow.
We sent the ends of those wires to very high quality forensic labs, and we went through the whole rounds of testing, and it showed that it had been cut with rather than a wire cutter, it was a single blade that had been used to cut. But again, we don't know why, who, or we don't have any more information on that incident. It's one of these files have not been closed yet, but we haven't been able to make any more progress on that, because once we established through digital enhancement of the videotape that nothing was there in the visible range to rip those wires out, we couldn't go any further.
Even if something had been there in an invisible range, something the camera could not have captured, still one would think that with the tape coming off, the wires being cut, with a good digital enhancement looking right back that way and the exact time, you would have observed the material items being shredded or ripped apart or cut.
Yeah, we should have been able to see something, and the interesting thing is the cameras on the pole which lost power were all pointing in different directions. So we had the approaches to the telephone pole pretty well covered. So obviously we went back to those videotapes and we carefully looked to see if there was any movement of the animals, for example, in the vicinity that would say that they were getting nervous or something. And we found nothing. There was nothing to indicate that anything was approaching the particular telephone pole just seconds and minutes before the pole lost power.
This must be incredibly, not just fascinating, but frustrating work. I mean, to have such high-tech coverage in an area where you know things are going on, a hotspot, and to have all of this coverage, and then to have that happen and not be able to nail down what happened.
Well, definitely, it raises more questions than answers, because we really thought we had that nailed because we had the other camera. We had the foresight to put a camera on the other telephone pole, and we thought we had it nailed. And what emerged was something that was very difficult to explain. I mean, we went through all of the different scenarios of people sneaking in the previous night, unwinding the duct tape, that kind of thing. And none of the scenarios really were feasible. None of the scenarios that we came up with in terms of human intervention, no matter how exotic or bizarre, actually were feasible, because there were 6 cameras involved, and all of the angles were covered.
Again, this is an undisclosed hotspot where mutilations and other things had been occurring, and that's the reason that you were where you were. But the implication here is that whatever it is that's going on is going to go on despite our best scientific efforts, which again implies a technology so far beyond anything that we can imagine right now. Does it not?
It may imply that, or it may also imply some form of interaction or communication, and we're trying to establish whether or not that's the case. There are multiple incidents that are similar, that are each one is different, but they may be interpreted as some form of communication, or else we're totally off the beaten track.
Mm-hmm.
It's not the standard craft in the sky that has come up in this particular hotspot, but we've come across others that are equally compelling, that involve what people would call craft. Now, maybe I could give you an example.
Oh, I would love for you to give me an example, but after the bottom of the hour. Hold on, Doctor. I want to get your information out. Again, if you have a pencil and a paper, folks, please write down what I'm going to tell you right now. You're listening to somebody who is doing probably the most significant research in this area in the world right now. So if you have anything that has struck a chord from what you've heard, something that is going on with you, something you know about, something current, or even something relatively current, that bears on what you're hearing tonight, let me give you the contact information for the National Institute for Discovery Science. The phone number is 1-888-433-6500. Again, 1-888-433-6500. Or you can email at NIDS, that's N-I-D as in dog, S as in sugar, N-I-D-S, at ANV, that's Alpha Nora Victor, NIDS at ANV.net. And I would strongly urge you to contact this organization, which is doing very significant, well-funded research into the kind of thing that you're hearing about tonight, that has simply no explanation. These are things that have never before been reported anywhere, radio, TV, or anywhere else. Well-funded research. There is more to hear. Stay right where you are. From the high desert, I'm going to relate some incidences of craft.
Yes, I wanted to see if we could get some feedback on this particular incident, because particularly if people have experienced something like this before, as I said before, we're very interested in investigating new novel cases, and we do guarantee to keep everything absolutely confidential. If people do contact us, we will not name names or locations. This happened to an executive level individual. He works as an executive in an organization. He has held high political office, and he's also a rancher. It happened on his property, which is in the southwest of the United States, at about 1:30 a.m. when he awoke, when his horses were acting up. He went out to the corral near his house, and he assumed that it was a coyote or some predator on the loose. He walked over to the paddock, to the corral, and he noticed all the horses. There was 4 horses in the corral, all looking in exactly the same direction.
Mm-hmm.
He climbed up on top of the just bar by bar. There were a series of horizontal bars. Climbed up to the top to see exactly what the horses were looking at, and he couldn't see anything. He could just see the horses immobile, standing, looking in this direction. He started climbing down the corral, and midway down, through the bars of the corral, he saw an object, which he described as a 20-foot diameter, silver grayish craft that was hovering absolutely silently. He could see it between the bars of the corral. It was over on the other side of the corral, and he noticed that's exactly what the horses had their eyes on. So he climbed back up to the top to get a better look at the object, but he couldn't see it. He climbed back down again, and to the same level where he had been previously, and he could see it again. Every time that he moved up or down away from these two particular horizontal bars at the corral, he lost sight of the object. In other words, the object was not visible. It was only visible at a precise angle between the two bars of the corral. Now, he did this for quite some time, and eventually he went back to actually get a firearm, just in case there was something going to happen to the horses. When he returned, the craft was gone. Now, remember, this craft was making absolutely no noise. It was precisely what the horses were looking at, because as he looked through the bars of this corral, he could see that he was in line with the horse's sight. So he knew that this was not a figment of his imagination. At least, if it was, the horses were having the same experience. What really intrigued us about this case was, number one, we were fairly sure, in fact, very sure, because we calibrated this eyewitness fairly well. We went back on numerous occasions and cross-examined him on the testimony, and we were fairly sure that this was a high-caliber witness. We do have a methodology that we go through to make sure that the witnesses are considered high caliber. It intrigued us because the implication was that there are specific angles at which something like this can be seen. Now, this was a 20-foot diameter silverish grayish craft hovering absolutely silently a few feet off the ground on the other side of the corral that he was looking at. Now, you spoke about dimensions earlier.
Yes.
This is one of these things that we would be very interested in following up, because it implies that there's something slightly more complex than a simple dimensional doorway, so to speak. We've heard a lot of talk, especially on the internet, about dimensional doorways, but something happened in this particular case that appeared to be different. But the fact that the human and the animals could see it at the same time, to us, made it more compelling.
Yeah, animals see things in a very different way. Some of them don't see colors. Some of them, I believe there have been some experiments. Actually, maybe you can tell me how, for example, how if we were a horse, we would see things.
Well, I can tell you, for example, that cattle their distribution of rods and cones in the eye have a slightly different spectrum than what we see. In other words, they are shifted, from what I can remember, towards the red end of the spectrum.
Huh.
I need to look that up again, but we actually designed some eyepieces based on that fact, which emphasize particular regions of the spectrum, so that we could, in effect, mimic what cattle were seeing, because it was becoming obvious to us that cattle and other animals were picking up visually what we couldn't pick up, what humans couldn't pick up, because we've had a number of experiences like that.
Oh, that's fascinating. In other words, so you could put something on and virtually simulate or see things as, say, a cow would.
That's a rough approximation of what we were trying to do. Yeah, we were trying to enhance the part of the spectrum that the rods and cone ratio that the cow's eyes had, and limit the part of the spectrum that we normally see in. And
since my favorite are cats, I have cats, and they always appear to be chasing things that seemingly to human beings are not there.
Right.
And it may be their little minds that are just doing this, who knows. Or I have always thought they may see things that we don't. And this may be way outside your field, but what about a cat? Would a cat see things radically different than a human being?
Well, we know their night vision is way better than ours. I'm not sure about their day vision. It's the kind of thing that it would be easy to look up, though. Because I'm sure that research has been done. If it's been done for cows, it's certainly been done for cats.
Mm-hmm. there are a number of people now investigating sightings of triangular craft. And I had a very, very, very close encounter with a very large triangular craft. My wife and I both did. Very near where I live here in Pahrump, Nevada. Mm. And I wonder if your organization has tracked or is aware of these triangular craft sightings, and if you have anything to offer.
We've definitely heard of the vast amount of reports that have been coming out throughout the country. We follow Peter Gersten's listserv pretty well, and we've had some eyewitnesses tell us about some very very large craft.
Yes.
I'm not sure if they're triangular. We had a case actually in the same region where 11 different eyewitnesses in 4 separate cars traveling at about 11:30 at night. They were driving in a convoy through a remote canyon. Now, 3 of these people hold high-level executive positions in an organization, and a couple of them are actually involved in local political office too.
Oh.
So we view them as pretty credible. But we interviewed several of the different occupants in different cars. But basically, to cut a long story short, what they saw was something very, very huge in the distance as they entered this canyon that looked like a gigantic, well-lit oil platform or natural gas platform. As they drove into the canyon, they discovered that something huge was directly over them. Something had moved from quite a distance away to be moving directly over them. 2 of the cars pulled over to the side of the road and got out. The description was of a craft that it covered the entire canyon, and the canyon wall to wall, which we've measured pretty accurately, we videotaped it, we've been to the spot several times, is about a mile long, and so the craft was at least a mile long. They described it as being oval in shape, but the interesting thing was when they got out of the car, there was absolute silence. There was no sound as it moved over. It was approximately 200 feet above them. So you could picture this mile-long craft moving silently about 200 feet above these eyewitnesses. They could pick out, obviously, because it was a moonlit night, they could pick out details of the underneath of the craft. There was a series of interwoven metallic-looking plates and some lights that were rotating. But the remarkable thing was that they didn't feel any displacement of air as this thing moved through the air, and it was not too much above the canyon walls, the walls of the canyon. It eventually disappeared over the wall of the canyon, and they lost sight of it until they saw it several miles down. It had moved almost instantly several miles down. They saw the lights on the side of it. It never made a sound.
Now, Doctor, you know, as a scientist, as a very objective person, which you obviously are, thrust into all of this investigation that's been going on really without the public's knowledge for a long time, and knowing what you know, and having witnessed what you have witnessed, and or heard from reliable witnesses, what has this done to you in terms of your normal scientific skeptical mind?
Well, firstly, it definitely, the longer we stay in this area of research, the more the challenge to expand the scientific method becomes, because, as I said previously, the 2 biggest challenges are number 1, repeatability, and number 2, trying to control the variables. And yes, we have no fix on that. In terms of objectivity, it's there's a definite relationship certainly in the minds of the eyewitnesses between what they perceive and almost like an alteration in their perception, as these things inflict, themselves on their space. Their observation capacities are changed somehow, and we're sure that they see something, but in terms of me objectively examining them, it's an open doorway.
So you still remain with a healthy bit of skepticism.
Oh, definitely, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I believe that we need to be skeptical, but not to the point of debunking what people say.
No.
We need to be.
No, that's simply not useful.
No, it's not useful at all.
And so I try to do the same thing. I try to remain in the middle and listen, and some of what you have said has been absolutely incredible. Listen, I would like to take some phone calls if you're able to stay for the final hour of the show. Are you?
Sure. Yeah, absolutely.
All right. Then we will take phone calls after the top of the hour. I've got your contact information, and I want to get that on here in a moment one more time. But is there anything else? You've been so grand coming on tonight and telling us so many things that we've never heard before. Are there any publications that you have that you would like to promote? If so, now's a good time.
Yeah, well, one of the things that we do at NIDS is that we do publish, and we've had a book that has just come out, which is called Best UFO Cases in Europe, and it's by a German physicist called Hillebrand von Ludwiger. It's actually a collection of the best evidence for UFOs in Europe over the last 50 years.
Well, that's something new. How would people get that?
Well, it can be bought directly from our website, and what we've arranged to do actually for your show is rather than the $23 usually that we charge on the website for this book, that includes shipping, we're bringing the whole thing down to $15 US.
$15?
That's certainly.
They've sure heard a lot, so let's see what they've got to say. On the wildcard line, you're on the air with Dr. Kelleher and Art Bell. Where are you calling from, please?
My name is Henry. I'm calling from the island of Kauai out here in the Pacific, and you're coming through clear as a bell out here.
Pun intended, I guess.
Yeah.
Welcome to the program.
Yeah, that would be Kong Radio, and they carry the whole show. And I'd just like to say that our thoughts are with Keith tonight. We've really been thinking about him, and we hope he'll pull through.
Thank you.
I have a question and a quick comment. Keller, is it? Dr.
Yes.
Keller? You seem to be implying that alien contact, direct alien contact, or even from a distance, could involve more than just people's feelings. They look, my impression is that proximity might be involved, much like Jacques Vallée has delved into in some of his books. Could you comment on that? And then I'd like to have a comment.
Proximity, you mean?
Well, according to some of the literature, in particular, the person who was portrayed in Close Encounters as the French fellow.
Yeah, it was Jacques Vallée.
Yeah, that was Jacques Vallée in real life. And he has done some research that seems to imply that people who are in close proximity to some of these events have different perceptions of what actually happened, and that it might even have some electromagnetic situation that influences it. And I was curious. I know that most of your expertise is in the area of biology, isn't it? Or
yes.
And I was curious if you had done any research into the realm of electromagnetic spectrums and other such phenomena that might be involved even from a distance with supposed extraterrestrial situations.
Well, Dr. Vallée is on our science advisory board, so we've been exposed to a lot of what he's been saying, and we would certainly say that a lot of the data that we've come across is suggesting that individuals who are in very close proximity to these events do have alterations in their, in some cases, do have alterations in their perception. And Dr. Valle's interpretation of that is that the intelligence or the control system is capable of manipulating both physical reality and psychic phenomena simultaneously. As a biologist, one of the things that I'm really interested in is that measuring the biological consequences of these close encounters, as well as these alleged abduction experiences, because many of the features have overlapping reports. And I would see the human being as the perfect readout system, especially at the level of the immune system. So ultimately, down the road, I think after we've done the documentation of the individual phenomena, I would be very interested in looking at the biological impact on human beings, because my prediction is that it's substantial.
I see. So would you say that resonance may be involved?
My feeling is that it's a combination of a very, very strong impact, probably electromagnetically, but it may also feature some form of manipulation, but it's really way too early to say. But the impact on the individual is both at the level of perception, and I believe also at the level of the whole body, particularly the immune system. The immune system is capable of potentially storing some of this information, as is the brain. And obviously the brain is what we've been used to in terms of the reports that have come out. But one of the things that would interest me is looking at the immune system to see what the effects are in terms of stored memory.
Well, thank you very much. I have a quick comment, if it's all right.
Go ahead, sir. In the air with Dr. Kelleher. How are you?
Oh, I'm doing pretty good. How are you, Art?
Fine. Where are you, sir?
I am in Hudson, Wisconsin.
Okay.
My name is Adam. I'm listening off 1500 KSTP.
Yes, sir.
AM. First off, I'd like to say, I read The Quickening. Great book.
Thank you.
Scary as heck, but now I've got the contact numbers here for the doctor, but I would like to say that myself and many others in the area here in the North Woods have seen these black beings, these creatures. In one case, I have a friend who has seen one of the portals. And I was wondering if the doctor knows of any research going on in the area, if anyone else has possibly even reported these sightings, because, I mean, I've got a couple of handfuls of people here who would be really interested in finding out what the heck's going on.
Boy, it sure is a new one on me, Doctor. Here you go. There's somebody who's a witness.
Well, we don't have anybody out where you are, but what we'd like to do is connect with you. If you can get us your contact info, we'd certainly like to follow this up, because what we're...
I'm curious. When you heard the story the doctor told a little while ago, remarkable story. Frankly, I'd never heard one like it before. That resonated? In other words, it's in many ways or most ways similar to what you've heard?
Almost exactly similar, and especially in what I've seen, just the fact that it was completely silent. One of my friends said it walked in almost kind of a feline manner. And in her case, it was hopping from tree to tree. In my case, it was following people around on the grounds where I work. We have two witnesses here. And on another case, I do have a friend who had seen a portal near where they had sighted one before.
Wow.
What did this portal look like?
It was pretty similar to what you described, but since they were on ground level, they said it was more like a yellow line.
Okay.
So I don't know. We try not to talk about it too much because, I mean, it's a scary thing to see firsthand.
Are you on email?
No, I don't own a computer.
Could you call us tomorrow?
Sure.
At area code 702-798-1700.
Yeah, I have the number.
Yeah. just call us and ask for Dr. Colm Kelleher, because I'd certainly like to follow up on this.
Okay, what was that name again?
Dr. Colm, what you described, it was the first time I had ever heard anything like that in my life described. And I've heard a lot of things described, believe me, and then to run into somebody who has...
we haven't heard too many descriptions of it. That's why I was interested, because we obviously are in the business of comparing notes.
Well, sounds like you're going to be comparing some notes. West of the Rockies, you're on the air with Dr. Kelleher. Hi.
Hello, my name is Dan. I'm from Grass Valley, California.
Hi, Dan.
Yes, besides being a blind UFO abductee, I am what scientists call a synesthete. That is a person who, for instance, when they hear sounds, they see pictures in their head. For example, when scientists have found that blind people, when they read Braille, that they access their visual cortex. I'm wondering, Dr. Kelleher, if you have explored the characteristics of blind synesthetes and other rare people to show their compatibility for abduction.
No, we haven't, actually. The nearest approximation I could come up with is Dr. Kenneth Ring's recent report on congenitally blind people's near-death experiences, where full visual impressions are obvious.
Yes. Also, sir, have you heard of instances where, for example, hospital or emergency room personnel have found unusual or unidentifiable matter in the blood, and where those samples have been destroyed without the permission of the patient?
Really?
No,
yes,
I haven't
that happened to me, sir. This was many years ago. I was hoping to get a blood sample to people such as you, but unfortunately, it was destroyed.
All right.
Yes.
He said yes, so listen for a second. Doctor?
Oh, I'm sorry, sir. I didn't hear that.
Yeah, there was a yes in there. Doctor?
I haven't heard of those cases before, except, as I said, the near-death experience cases. But in terms of blood samples being destroyed, no, I haven't heard about it.
Oh, okay.
Oh, I see. Now, also, sir, in regards to these tunnels of light, I was shown configurations through heat and through sound and through very powerful light, such as beams and configurations of energy, which were placed around me so that I could centrally acclimate myself to what these tunnels of light and their changes would be. Yes, so I just wanted to share that with you. I did put a message on your machine, sir. So one more thing I would like to mention. When these visitations transpire, when they come into houses where people do not use the optical, then you do not have that automatic optical fear factor, which means that these entities or presences or dimensional, whatever they are, can come into a place and let a person sense that something there, and then they can go through a process of acclimation.
Well, I have a question.
Yes, sir.
If you're sightless and this has occurred to you and you've been near one of these portholes, without the visual aspect of it, then what is how would you describe what you felt or what sense?
Okay, well, see, I've used, since I was very, very young, three-dimensional imagery. I could sit down at the typewriter, Art, for example, and if I wanted you to build something, I could write it out. So I have, in my own sense, I have a very holographic oriented mind. I'm a sculptor and musician, so I'm used to working with shapes and contours and energy in motion.
Okay, then what did you sense?
Well, it depended. Like, for example, they would show me these beams of heat that would move in these patterns all over my body. They would place around me these tunnels or contours of energy. so that I could sense myself being within them.
Mm-hmm.
And there were a whole variety of things that were done to me.
Wow. All right.
Yes,
I very much appreciate your call. Thank you. That's very interesting. So there you have somebody without the sight aspect, and nevertheless sensory impressions.
Yes, it would have been interesting if you'd given the sensory impressions of being near the tunnel of light.
All right. Well,
I just had one more quick question and comment if I could after that.
Sure.
Doctor, if you were hard pressed, do you have any sort of hypothesis or even just an opinion as to what these beings are?
I'd be really hard pressed to come up with an explanation, except that if we can get maybe a few more cases that we can get into with that are meaty, maybe we can come up with some explanations. But I think right now talking about dimensional doorways or tunnels into another dimension may be just our way of cataloging something we don't understand.
Sure.
Well, I wish you the best of luck. I'd certainly love to know. Let's get some idea.
We all would.
Also, want to say, Art, I spend a lot of time on your website. I absolutely love it, and my thoughts and prayers go out to Keith Rowland. I hope everything's okay with him. If you want to check out another real good one, lv2000.com.
All right.
It's a wonderful website to hit.
All right, sir.
Thanks
Thank you
again,
very
Art.
much, and take care.
Thank you.
Wildcard line, you are on the air with Dr. Kelleher and Art Bell. Good morning. Where are you, please?
Hi, Art. This is Larry in Fort Lauderdale, listening to you on WINZ Super Talk Radio, South Florida's home of Art Bell.
Yes, sir.
And question for Dr. Kelleher was this. Regarding the two telephone poles, each with the three cameras looking in different directions, including at each other, were you ever able to see on the pole that wasn't affected the change, in other words, the missing tape where you saw it before and then didn't see it afterwards? Were you able to get that close?
The resolution wasn't good enough. For example, if the tape was being unwound, and it would really depend on how it was unwound, but if the resolution was just not good enough to pick out a slight movement. But for example, there was a tiny light on the underneath of the cameras that was picked up, in the infrared, so we could actually watch the light go out on the camera. I mean, the resolution was that good.
Oh my! So one camera saw the light go out on the other camera.
That's right, and but we weren't confident enough to say that the unrolling of the duct tape around the telephone pole, if it was accomplished. We weren't confident enough to say that that happened and we could see it.
So that would certify definitely that your time wasn't out of sync or anything on your time stamp.
That's right.
What about rodents? Just getting up there and chewing away at it and yanking on it.
These had been physically ripped out of the casing, and actually it would have taken a person who was very athletic and very strong to have actually done that, because we're talking about three different cameras, and the power cord which went into one and then led into the junction boxes of the other two, all three were just ripped out. And what I didn't mention, at the bottom of the telephone pole was a half length of PVC piping which was anchoring the wiring as it went into the ground, had also been ripped off the telephone pole.
Wow.
And the nail brackets that held that were also missing.
Oh.
So we know that cows don't eat those things. They don't eat half a roll of duct tape, even if they could possibly remove it that way. I mean, we covered all those angles, and we still came up with questions.
One last thing. I don't know if you can answer this or not, but were the purpose of the cameras one large scientific butterfly net, or were you looking for something specific like rods or UFOs?
We were looking for something specific like flying objects.
Okay. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much for the call, sir. And
Bye-bye.
take care. Good questions. East of the Rockies, you're on the air with Dr. Kelleher. Hi.
Hi, Art. I wanted to ask Dr. Kelleher about if he thinks that these tall black figures are maybe spiritual bodies.
Actually, that's a very good question. Where are you, by the way?
WLS Chicago.
Chicago, all right. Doctor, very good question. the spiritual side certainly can no more be rejected than anything else, and it's entirely possible that that we are seeing something that is in the spiritual realm. What's your take on that?
We certainly can't rule that out. It's as good a possibility as anything else. I mean, people talk about moving different dimensions, but as I said, it's just a concept. If you talk to the Native Americans, they will definitely say that these are spiritual entities. So we haven't ruled that out, but it's a method, as I said, of classifying something that we don't fully understand, and it may actually have after death or even spiritual ramifications.
Do you have much hope, Doctor, that in our lifetimes, we'll get some definitive answers to these things, or do you think it's going to be beyond us and something for future generations?
I'm optimistic that if we can encourage a much greater degree of interest from the scientific community, that things will start to happen. Because if you've got a bunch of assistant professors or postdoctoral fellows who are in university or academic settings who are studying this kind of thing on a full-time basis, that's the way to get answers. And then you start collaborating between different university departments. You can get momentum going, but as long as this subject remains outside the purview of mainstream science, which it has traditionally for the last 50 years, the answers are going to start piling up and the questions are not going to be answered.
Well, when you begin talking about mainstream science in universities and scientists, then with respect to the last caller's question about the spiritual possibilities,
right?
Unfortunately, those by hardcore scientists tend to get rejected almost out of hand. And I wonder how you cover that aspect of the investigation.
Well, we try not to eliminate we try not to eliminate any of the potential hypotheses, because the bottom line is we don't know enough to eliminate any of the hypotheses. We've got to have all of them.
Well, that's a good objective view, one that science doesn't always have.
Yes, that's true, but I think as time goes on and as more and more of these cases are investigated, we feel that perhaps NIDS may be in a position to start making bridges towards mainstream science, and that's one of our objectives: is to network with people in anthropology and psychology, sociology at universities. And we've been doing a lot of that actually in the last 12 months.
Well, a lot of people have no idea I guess in mainstream ufology, they do what Bob Bigelow has done over the years. But a lot of people, I think, have no idea what Bob Bigelow has done, and he has probably contributed more toward serious investigation of all of this phenomena than anybody in the world, as far as I know. And, you know, he's really an important person and doing important things, and I think people should understand that. I've been trying to talk Bob into coming on the air for a long time, and he's almost ready. So the next time you see him for me, which I assume will be later today after you've had a good nap,
right?
Tell him I still want him to come on the air.
I'll certainly tell him that, and I would certainly second what you just said. I think you know, throughout the United States and even the world, there's not too many people who are willing to support these kind of subjects at the level and commitment and long-term commitment that he has.
That's right, exactly right. West of the Rockies, you're on the air with Dr. Kelleher. Hi.
Hello?
Hello.
Okay, hey, my name is Aaron. I'm listening to you on 790 KABC.
Yes, sir. Hi, Aaron.
Hi. I had a possible observation from one of the cow mutilations that Dr. Kelleher described.
Yes.
I've read in the future that it may be possible to artificially inseminate a cow and have it carry a human fetus to term.
Yes.
And we also have a lot of UFO abduction cases where people describe human-alien hybrids and, the aliens often described as being smaller than human. And I'm wondering if they could be using these cows to possibly be carrying these fetuses to term. And I also have a few other things here.
Well, that's an awfully good question, actually. There is research indicating that may be possible soon. Doctor?
That's an interesting, it's an interesting possibility, but we haven't seen any evidence so far of that. That the case that I described earlier was the cow was definitely pregnant and the fetus was gone. I mean, we triangulated with two different blood tests, but I'm not sure how the rejection of the cross species rejection would work. Obviously, it is being worked on, but I'm not sure how it would work.
Well, I have two other things you might want to check. I mean, in these hot spots, if you see a lot of this happening, maybe you might want to use a sonogram to check the pregnant cows and see, or also the cord blood that's left in the umbilical cord, since it never mixes with the mother. You could check maybe the DNA, since the cow is only 90% compatible with the human, and chimp's like 98.4. So if you have something like that, it might be something unusual.
Yeah, that's a good idea. Actually, the cord blood cells might be worth checking.
And Art, one last thing here. Tomorrow when you have Terrence McKenna,
yes, sir.
Maybe you could go back and dig up some information on that potassium sulfate that Bob Guccione talked about that his wife used to shrink her tumors. Maybe that might help.
All right. I appreciate the suggestion. He is, of course, receiving, as you might imagine, every cure under the sun. This is a particularly aggressive malignant tumor. And so we'll talk to him about that tomorrow. I'm sure he's thinking about all of that. First-time caller line, you're on the air with Dr. Kelleher. Hi.
Yeah, good morning, Art.
Good morning, sir.
My name's Richard out of Burleson, Texas. I listen to you on 570 Cliff.
Yes, sir.
Okay, my question would be that the area that he has been researching in, he has said the Southwest.
Correct.
I'm relating this to something I saw back in August of 93. Down along Interstate 8. I used to drive big trucks. Something I saw approximately between 24 to 40 miles east of Yuma, Arizona.
Yes.
And it started in that area. Basically something I observed north of the interstate, approximately 6 to 7 miles north of the interstate, and my guess would be something on the order of 1.5 miles to 2 miles elevation between two ranges of rather sharp hills, and I'm wondering...
What did you see?
From the high desert and the great American Southwest, I bid you all good evening and or good morning, wherever you may be across this great land of ours, from the island of Guam in the west, across the date line, eastward to the Caribbean and the U.S. Virgin Islands, south into South America, north all the way to the pole, and worldwide on the internet. This is Coast to Coast AM, and I'm Art Bell. Good morning. Boy, are we going to have a busy night tonight. Lots and lots to do. Let me first catch you up on a few new things on the website. Actually, there's a lot of new stuff on the website tonight. I have had so much communication about Maggie. Maggie, we call her the liner girl. Well, Maggie has cut a new liner for me, and just wait till you hear this one. What a job. And you'll notice in here, she says, as I pointed out before, from the desert of the sea. And it has been pointed out to me that before this was a desert, this place where I live near Area 51, it was a sea. In other words, it was a sea. I mean, you could find seashells in the rocks and that sort of thing. So you know there was a sea here at some point in the past. And so the more I thought about it, and other people thought about it, the more they thought, now, how and why did she say that? And so she made a new liner, and I think you'll enjoy this one. Listen to this.
Hello, everybody. From the desert of the sea, this is Maggie. You want to take a ride?
You want to take a ride. So anyway, little Maggie has new photographs on the website that her dad passed on. And right at the top under What's New, you'll see this is Maggie. And boy, that is Maggie. What a cutie. What a magpie she is. And her dad's email address is up there now, too. if you'd like to jot off a note to him. But that's Maggie's newest contribution, and is one I really, really like.
Hello, everybody. From the desert of the sea, this is Maggie. You want to take a ride?
That's Maggie. So we'll use that. But in the meantime, that audio is on the website, and 3 new photographs of Maggie are up there, too. That's the first item in the What's New. Also, what's new is, you may recall we had Peter Davenport on, and somehow the 5th hour of Peter Davenport didn't get saved. Well, we've got it up there for you now. Those of you, the missing Davenport hour, those of you who didn't get to hear it, it's up on the website now in some form that you can listen to after the show. Never listen to these kinds of things, you know, while the actual live show is on. So, we've got that. There's something coming up on this creature called the skunk ape creature. Oh, you're not going to believe what's coming up in a minute here. But first, let me welcome some new affiliates to the network. There is KRRM-FM, Rogue River, Grants Pass, Oregon, 94.7 on the dial. And I'd like to say hi to Herb and Shirley Bell. Great names, Herb and Shirley. That's KRRM-FM, playing traditional country music all day and coast to coast AM all night long. And that's occurring more and more, by the way. Stations playing this or that in the way of music during the day have decided that, well, there is more in the world than music. And you know I love music, but in the all-night slot, there's some pretty interesting talk to be had. So more and more radio stations are doing that. And I'd like to welcome KXXL in Brownwood, Texas, 1240 on the dial. WNWQ, that's a good set of call letters, WNWQ, it kind of rolls off easily, in Palm Springs, California, 1140 on the dial. Big 10 kilowatts there, too. Palm Springs. How about KGOE up in Eureka, California, not too far from the Bobster Seed Grain Company. KGOE, 1480 on the dial in Eureka. Also, WDXN in Clarksville, Tennessee. Clarksville, Tennessee, 540 on the dial there. Welcome to all of you as we continue to add affiliates at a lightning rate. I mean, it's just incredible what's going on. I've got to touch on just a little bit of the news before we get to our expert for the night. And by the way, we're going to be doing, I promised you we would do one more hour of predictions. And we will, but it's going to be the final hour of the program tonight as opposed to the first because of the importance of what we're about to do. Well, with its rockets firing, ladies and gentlemen, an American spacecraft has floated toward Eros, hit once, bounced high, and then settled. That's not a settling sound. Onto the barren rocky surface as mankind's first robot visitor to an asteroid. A strong radio signal, interrupted only briefly during the bounce, proved that the craft was never designed to land had, in fact, come to a featherweight touchdown on Eros, more than 196 million miles from Earth, astounding even the officials overseeing the mission. And it's still working. It was, of course, the first time an American craft had made an initial unmanned landing on an outer space body. Unmanned Soviet craft arrived first on the Moon, Venus, and Mars, but were first to land on an asteroid, and we'll have to see what that yields. Other news, breaking, the court has said Napster must stop. A federal appeals court signaled the end of Napster's free internet song swapping service Monday, saying the music industry will almost surely win its lawsuit against the digital entertainment provider. Under the ruling from the 9th U.S. Circuit Court of Appeals, the company must somehow stop the millions of people who use it as a clearinghouse to swap copyrighted music without charge and without restriction. And, you know, I have mixed feelings about it. I know a lot of you think it's a raw deal. But really the raw deal is the artist, you know, who has his music taken without payment. And the other people who get hurt are the internet providers because of the way Napster works. it kind of turns everybody into a server. And boy, that does some strange things to Internet providers, so I imagine they're probably rejoicing this morning, as a lot of you are probably not. So I understand both sides of that coin. All right. You know, we posted some pictures, apparently a little early, of a skunk ape, so-called skunk ape, a creature, some kind of creature. And I just kind of put him up there, and you heard the fellow who brought him on the show the other day. At least I hope you did. And he received the photograph from a friend who got it from a lady who supposedly took it in Florida, not exactly knowing what she was taking a photograph of. Took a second photograph, took a good look at what she had just taken a picture of, and split. And who can blame her? Well, this story is ratcheting up a little bit. It looks like the experts are saying, well, maybe there is something here. Matter of fact, I've got a cryptozoologist, Lauren Coleman, one of the world's best, coming up in a moment, who's going to comment on these photographs. So if you haven't seen them yet, go to my website, click on What's New, and you'll see skunk ape photos. By all means, take a look, particularly based on what you're about to hear. Skunk ape photos. I don't know if that's the right word, or if it should be Bigfoot, or if Bigfoot is a skunk ape, or a skunk ape is a Bigfoot. That's what we're going to ask Lauren Coleman coming up here in a moment. So stay right where you are. All right. So what about this skunk ape, this whatever in the world it is? We were on it a little bit early, I guess, maybe earlier than we should have been. It seems in Tampa, Florida, the Tampa Tribune has published an article in today's paper called Absolute Kinda Irrefutable Proof of Skunk Ape. Big story. And we've got a link to that on the website, too, if you want to see it. Lauren Coleman, thank goodness, we have him. He's one of the world's leading cryptozoologists, an honorary member of the British Columbia Scientific Cryptozoology Club, and several other international organizations. He is also a life member of the International Society of Cryptozoology. He's written books and more than 200 articles on the subject, has appeared frequently on radio and television programs, has lectured from Idaho to Loch Ness, has been both on and off-camera consultant to NBC's Unsolved Mysteries, A&E's Ancient Mysteries, In Search of History, Discovery Channel's In the Unknown, and other reality-based programs. Coleman, born 12 July 1947 in Norfolk, Virginia, has been investigating in the field and in the library cryptozoological evidence and folklore since the abominable snowman caught his interest back in 1960. He is one of the world's experts, and here he is. Lauren, welcome to the program.
Good morning, Art.
When world-leading experts are getting to be younger than I am, I know I'm in trouble. Great to have you.
I'm not that much younger than you.
No, a couple of years. Lauren, a fella phoned me up and said, I've got these pictures. They're really hot. This was last week.
Right.
You ought to get them up on the website and let people take a look. And I said, well, okay, so let's do it. And I did. And he gave me a brief little story to go with it. It turns out you were already onto this story, quietly, I guess, behind the scenes. And I probably blew it all out of the water here.
Well, David Barkasy and myself, David's in Florida. He came across these photographs through the Sheriff's Department down in Sarasota County.
The Sheriff's Department, really?
Yes. This woman had visitations from this thing that her husband actually called an orangutan. It come on her porch a couple times, ate some apples. The third night that it came back, she went out in the backyard, went near what she calls her hedgerow, just pointed her camera in that direction, and took these 2 quick shots. And on December 22nd, she sent the letter to the Sheriff's Department. They were kind of joking around with it, and David, who's involved in animal welfare, has a snake shop down there, heard about this through the animal control folks and was able to get the photographs and sent them to me. And I had put them on my website a couple days before you, and I think that's where Mr. Aiken probably.
Yep. As a matter of fact, we've got a link up because you've got enhanced versions of these photographs, right?
We've been doing different enhanced versions with some computer extras.
All right, so everybody who wants to see the enhanced versions, go now up to my website. Just go to the program material for tonight. You'll see Lauren Coleman's name, and the website will be there. Go over and take a look at the enhanced versions of these. They're incredible photographs, Lauren.
Yes, they are. I mean, what's really remarkable, and like I was telling you earlier today when we talked about this, is when I wrote the book Mysterious American, talked about how the really history of the skunk ape has changed in the last 20 years.
Wait, slow down already.
Okay.
What the hell is a skunk ape?
A skunk ape, for about 60 years in the Florida, southern United States, there's been what are really chimpanzee, orangutan-like creatures that have been reported. They're smaller than the Pacific Northwest Bigfoot. The Pacific Northwest Bigfoot is from 6 feet to 9 feet tall. These creatures are really in the range of 6.5 feet down to 3 feet. They go on all fours. They sometimes project themselves upward, but they leave a footprint and they look very much like anthropoids, like chimps, like greater apes, as opposed to the traditional Bigfoot, which is really very man-like, very humanoid. They leave a footprint that's with all 5 toes out straight forward. The Bigfoot does. These skunk apes really leave footprints in which it looks much more like the human hand.
Mm-hmm.
They have a toe that's out to the side, very ape-like. So, but what unfortunately has happened with the kind of the globalization of Bigfoot, everybody, in Malaysia uses the word Bigfoot to talk about the Yeti or the Yowie or the skunk ape. So since the Patterson film, which was filmed in 1967 in California, or Harry and the Henderson, everybody has this image in their head of this gigantic hair-covered creature.
That's right.
But what's fascinating about these pictures is they confirm exactly what myself and some other researchers have been saying we should expect to find in Florida. Something that looks much more anthropoid. People are saying that this looks like an orangutan. The only problem, of course, is the orangutans are much redder. And this creature, as you can see on their website, is really kind of brown, much darker, almost black. And the head is shaped like an orangutan, but the muzzle and the white beard-like is much more like a chimpanzee. So it's not really fitting with any known anthropoid or pungid that we know about, but it's quite close to what if these pictures are authentic, and I think we always have to, as scientists, as cryptozoologists, have to hold out. Somebody could be pulling our leg, but what's...
Well, okay, there's 2 categories of fakes that I always run into, and I'm sure you do too. One are what I call the pixel people, who put together photographs, fake photographs, with various software. The other is the man in the suit theory. Now, take both of them on. Do you give any credence to the first, that this was done, on somebody's computer?
Well, the problem with the computer one is that everybody jumped on the early color Xeroxes of this and said this looked like a cardboard cutout. We know now that that's not true. The enhancements are showing shadows. They're showing a tongue. They're showing nostrils and canines that are yellow, fingernails. There's details there that you don't have in a cardboard cutout.
So everything's more or less where it's supposed to be.
Right.
Okay, all right.
The other one, as far as a man in a suit, obviously that could happen. There's some people pointed out they think the fur looks funny, but I have dug up some historical records on orangutans and chimpanzees that show that hair that can look matted like this. So we're still looking. I think the other part of it being a hoax, of course, is this woman is unidentified. She doesn't want to come forward yet. And
but I don't blame her.
Yeah, I understand that too. Ridicule.
Yeah, of course. So you lean toward more toward it being a valid photograph than you do a guy in a suit.
Yes, I do, because the main thing that has really captured me is how innocently this has come about. David Barksey is not really one to in other words, if somebody would have got a photograph and called me right up, or they would have called up some other researcher around the country and say, hey, look at this, this is really cool, something like that. But this was going to be thrown away in the garbage.
The lady actually went to the sheriff's department first, right?
She sent an anonymous letter to the sheriff's department. They have it on record. They only have it on record now because we brought it to their attention.
Right.
They were just keeping it in a kind of a file that they were ready to throw away.
And then how did it get, again, from the sheriff's department to your attention?
Okay, it came into the sheriff's department, and they were passing it around the office.
Sure.
The joke of the day.
Of course.
And David Barkasey is a animal welfare person in Saratoga Springs. He had a friend who was an animal control officer. David happened to be by the Saratoga Sheriff's Department one day in December, and he said, they were saying, hey, look at this photograph. This is funny. This came in. He looked at it, and he knew enough about my books and my work. Apparently had read Mysterious American, The Field Guide to Bigfoot, and said, hey, there's maybe something to this photograph. Maybe I should talk to Lauren Coleman about this.
Mm-hmm.
So
and
we tried to keep the investigation pretty quiet because we were trying to track down the woman.
Yep. Sorry about that. As I said, a fellow came on the air and said he had been sent this from a friend,
right?
Who got it from or from a source from a lady in Florida. So that much of it sort of tracked. I don't know whether his story will hold up or not, but he did give us his name, his real name, and so forth. So it is possible, I suppose, it leaked out.
There was another. David had another researcher. I went around David's back and went to the sheriff's department, and the sheriff's department gave him color Xerox. So it came out that way.
All right. When you first saw this, what was your first reaction? Did you go, oh, my God, look at this, or this is what I thought all along, or what?
Well, my first reaction was, I have to be careful. I have to be cautious. These are not, the first shots that I saw were not the clear photos. And so I was thinking, well, it would just kind of another thing that people's trying to get excited about. But the closer generation photographs that have been sent to me.
Pretty good ones, yes.
Pretty good ones. And I know that everybody's hopping on it and they're saying, this is Pixel and you can do anything with Photoshop.
Oh, I know.
And,
Are you?
I'm pretty excited about it.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. Are you excited? You
yes,
just answered that. You are excited. All right, yes. Lauren, hold on. We're at the bottom of the hour. We'll be right back. One of the world's leading cryptozoologists is excited. Then I am too. I was actually before, but my, you've got to see these photographs and the new enhancements. He's done some really good work. It's all available through my website at www.artbell.com. It's up there right now. So, actually, two basic, pretty good resolution photographs of this creature. And then if you'll hop over to Lauren Coleman's website, you'll see the new enhancements. You definitely want to take a look at those. You may be looking at something that nobody's ever seen before. Back now to Lauren Coleman, who's on the East Coast on some sort of mission right now. Lauren, are you there?
Yes, I am.
Okay. By the way, what are you doing back there? You're up in Maine or something, aren't you?
Yeah, I live in Maine. I teach at the University of Southern Maine. I happen to be further north in Maine tonight because I'm doing some trainings tomorrow.
All right. The picture of the creature, which I'm sitting here looking at right now, number one, it looks pretty big. There's a lot of bulk to this creature, isn't there?
Yeah, I think they're relatively heavy. If you look below some of the small palmettos right there, you can see that either the foot or the leg reaches all the way to the bottom of the better picture, and then you have a pretty wide creature here.
Yeah.
We're getting some measurements of those, but probably those plants are about 4.5 feet tall. So this creature is about that high. But then in the second photograph where it backs up and stands up, you can see that it can increase its height.
I was going to say it's kind of hunched over.
Right. It's hunched over in the first picture. It looks like it has some leaves in its mouth. It moves back with those leaves in its mouth.
Right.
But it's showing its canines in the usual primate sort of display of some fright or at least some warning.
Now, here's what a lot of people would say. If the lady, this older lady, took a photograph, the first photograph, and when the flash went off, if she actually saw this creature, she never would have taken a second photograph.
Well,
I know I wouldn't have.
I've been talking to some camera experts, and she may have her camera may have been one of these that recycled with 3 times in 1 second.
That's true.
It shows she may have just quickly done 2 flashes without realizing how close she was to the thing. Because her letter certainly talks about her being very scared that her grandchildren are going to be harmed.
Do you have that letter?
Yes, it's actually up on my website.
It's on your website?
Yeah, it's linked to the website. So
is it a long letter?
It's a 1-page letter. I don't have it in front of me.
Okay, but it's on your website, so again, people can read it.
Yes. And she says things like, please come deal with this, capture it and put it in bush gardens. How can you let this thing roam the neighborhood? So the concern is certainly there.
Okay, well, that sounds also realistic. The eyes are pretty interesting. They look kind of realistic to me, too.
Yeah, you have the reports of the skunk ape show that it's a nocturnal animal. So in nocturnal animals, you do have this eye shine. And in this eye shine, it's not red eye shine like you would find if this was a man in the suit, in which his eyes was showing through. The eye shine here is more yellow.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly right. Now, an obvious question is, we've always asked this about Bigfoot. How could Bigfoot exist, in modern America and not be found? Well, of course, occasionally we do have reports and the occasional picture, even moving video or whatever, but not very much contact. I mean, really, people say, well, then how could it exist in contemporary America and not be seen, but just every now and then?
Right. Well, you have a couple things going here. First, primates are very intelligent. Skunk apes, Bigfoot, Yeti, different things like that are not going to do anything other than avoid man. They know where the danger is, and so they're going to avoid humans. The other thing, it's quite surprising to people, but if you look at the land surface of Africa, only 28% of the land surface of Africa is wilderness. You know what that is for North America? 38%. I live in a state in which 95% of the state in Maine is covered with trees. In Florida, you get past the coast and you have a vast wilderness area of grasslands, of swamps in the middle of the state. And in the Mayaca area where these were seen, it's relatively undeveloped. And so you have a state park there, you have a river, you have green belts, and you have swamp and also different conservation lands and religious groups have put land aside, and they don't like people to come on it. And it's very interesting, the reports in 1963 through 1966 in the counties north of this, on that coast of the west coast of Florida, were in the Mormon lands, the lands of the Desert Ranch. And so here we have, again, a situation where not in the Everglades, not in the southern part where you've had a lot of hoaxes during the 90s, but once again on the west coast of Florida, we're seeing these photographs which are quite remarkable.
Would this be a relative of Bigfoot?
Well, no more a relative of Bigfoot than we are. In fact, probably Bigfoot, as far as anthropologically speaking, is closer related to us. This creature is closer related to chimpanzees and orangutans. That's why I call it an unknown pognet. It's a great ape. It's probably a great ape that we don't exactly know why there are breeding populations in Florida.
If this creature does exist and we're looking at it, how long would you imagine that it has been walking the earth?
Well, as long as we have. I mean, these as long as chimpanzees. Whether or not they've been in area of Florida for that long is another thing, but we do have Native American legends from the South, from Louisiana, of these creatures, of these more ape-like creatures.
The Louisiana area would be very similar to this area, wouldn't it?
Right. Over in Louisiana, you have a thing called the Honey Island Swamp Monster. So in various locations in the South, they call them boogers or swamp monsters or other, localized, regionalized names. Skunk ape is the name that's generally come out of Florida.
There's been a big controversy for a long time regarding what to do with the first one of these, or Bigfoot, for example, that would be cornered would be a good way to put it. Some people have said, well, you've got to kill one so we can examine it, and dissect it, and tear it apart, and figure out what it is, what makes it tick, why it's still here, as much as we can learn about it. Others have said, oh no, that would be murder.
Right. The whole kill versus no kill debate in Bigfoot can be, projected on the skunk ape too.
Of course.
I think the part that people forget about is a lot of newly discovered animals, and you do have to have a physical body, a physical specimen, are not killed. You can capture and release. You can do DNA tests. You can do telebiology. You can take pictures. You can do all kinds of things short of killing an animal to prove it exists.
Well, there would have to be some crew nearby to accomplish that. For example, if you were a sheriff's deputy, let's say,
right,
and you stumbled upon this, you probably wouldn't run up to it and try to cuff it.
No, you'd probably get your tranquilizer gun, you'd bring in your animal control folks.
Yeah.
And then you'd get the people from Busch Gardens and from the primate centers, and you'd have a media circus, but hopefully there would be some good cryptozoologists and zoologists fly in right away.
Okay, so your vote then is stun it, put it to sleep, and get it to Busch Gardens or someplace like that.
Well, study it, and then I think you create preserves, you create reservoirs, reservations of areas that these things exist, and then you protect them, and you put laws into effect right away. It's been done with the coelacanth in Indonesia. They discovered a whole population of 65 million year old living fossil coelacanths off of Indonesia 2 years ago, and that whole area now is a protected area.
Lauren, if we were to capture one of these creatures, what might we learn?
Well, I think we'd learn that we're not alone. I think that a lot of people think that human beings are the most intelligent primates that walk upright. And I think Bigfoot and skunk apes and things like that would show us that there's probably a lot more surprises on this earth than we could ever imagine.
Well, if we were as bright as we thought we were, then we'd already have one of these alive somewhere, and we don't.
Well, yes and no. I mean, if you look back at the history of the mountain gorilla, they looked for the mountain gorilla for some 60 years, and they only found the first mountain gorilla in 1901.
Good point.
So we're, within the scheme of things, that's really recent history. So, and we're still discovering lots of primates, smaller primates in Brazil, and various animals in the lost world of Vietnam. So,
Lauren, what are
you're right. We aren't too smart because maybe they're smarter because they're staying away from us.
What are your colleagues saying about this? Yours is one very important voice, of course, but there are others, and I take it you've probably picked up the phone and talked to some who have seen the photos.
Yeah, I think it's the whole spectrum. I think, for one thing, there's lots of people that, rightfully so, are holding off any kind of judgment until, there's lots of speculation this is a hoax, or it's not authentic, or that, there isn't a woman who wrote a letter that somebody's trying to pull a fast one. But then there's the other end of the spectrum where you have some genuine interest. Some primatologists have been talking to me, and they're very interested in this developing story. They want to, of course, fly low under the radar, but
sure,
they're listening closely, they're watching, and I've been hearing from people from Romania and Russia and Vietnam, Australia.
Really?
All over the world. There's lots of interest. A lot of people in France are watching this very closely.
Well, Americans become so cynical about modern photography in the digital world and people doing hoaxes that I suppose even if you had a perfectly clear, high-resolution photo of a Bigfoot, at least half of those who looked would cry foul.
Mm-hmm. Yes. And it's funny because how else would you expect something like this to come about but by some little old lady, you know, going about trying to protect her yard by taking a picture, and it just has so innocently come about. And yet, obviously, there's going to be people to say, you know, this is a hoax, or, you know, Art Bell's just trying to make a big splash or something like that. But
well, I always try to do that, but I mean, if it's a legitimate big splash, and it seems to me this, well, may be, then fine. That's what we're here for.
Exactly. And I would rather, what's wonderful about this actually is this, because it's a public record now at the Sheriff's Department, this is a public domain picture, and we can share this around the world in a way that it's not so easy anymore to share the Patterson film because of all the copyrights and things. So I'm very much for sharing information and, you know, learning from other people and what their opinions are and what they're seeing in this photograph. And it's been a quite interesting week.
Are you at all, I bet it has, are you at all concerned, Lauren, that a bunch of guys named Bubba with guns are going to go get him one of these?
Well, I think that, you know, in talking to the Sheriff's Department down there, they're very worried about that. And the woman in her letter said she didn't want people tramping through her yard and different things. And that does happen. It occasionally, in all of the monster scares, you have, you know, 5 or 6 people that are arrested. But what happens very quickly is law enforcement do their job, and people see that the only people they're going to hurt are other hunters. So that usually disappears quite quickly.
Would this be a legitimate target for a hunter?
I don't think so. I think that most primates are protected in the laws of Florida, and so probably someone would get in trouble very quickly if they shot one of these. Mm-hmm. But, you know, there also is laws in most states that if people feel like they're attacked. What we find about the skunk apes, though, they generally seem to be more timid than some of the Midwestern reports you hear about Bigfoot attacking dogs and things like that.
These are creatures that eat vegetation. They're not meat eaters.
Right, they're vegetarians. There's probably, you know, some insects and smaller rodents they may eat, but most of the great apes are vegetarians.
Would you think that if you got too close and that if it felt threatened, it would hurt a human?
No, I think all I've read and heard and interviewed witnesses for the last 40 years is that they do have bluff techniques in which they try to rush towards you or beat on their chest or make loud sounds, but I've not heard of any active attacks in the these southern apes.
Well, if it beat its chest or rushed toward me, I'd be going. It would work.
Yes, exactly.
What further study are you going to be able to do with these photographs, or have you now gone as far as you can go?
No, there's some wonderful pixel analysis people working around the country and in other countries on this photograph, looking at minute details of the fingernails, whether or not there's spaces in some of the teeth. It's getting down to a very fine point.
And so far it's holding up?
So far it's holding up. People who have gone into this, looking at this picture very skeptically, are coming back to me on the 3rd and 4th look, and they're saying, you know, I'm getting down to the level that there's dimension here. It's not a cardboard cutout.
Right.
We've got something here.
This really is an exciting photograph. I thought so when I first saw it, but I've been dealing with the pixel people so long, and that I sort of reserve comment, and I say, go ahead, tear it apart, have at it, here are the photographs, see what you can do.
Exactly. We have to do that, and I've been real happy and surprised with what have been the initial results.
If this creature exists, then isn't there some reason to go ahead and believe that Bigfoot could just as easily be as real as this creature?
Well, I think that we have to look at the predominance of evidence. You know, that we have to accept the building body of evidence, of footprints, of photographs, and it's quite remarkable. Once again, an overused word, I guess, for me tonight, but this is a remarkable photograph, and I think it lends much to all of our hopes for other cryptozoological discoveries around America. and the world.
That is really then exciting stuff, Lauren. Do you plan, by the way, go to Florida at all? Or I suppose, obviously, if they suddenly were to capture one, I'm sure you'd be down there in a flash.
Right. Well, yeah, I've been to Florida quite often since 1978 on various expeditions, and I plan to go down probably sometime this spring as soon as there's no ice between here and there. So.
By the way, you brought up something else that I hadn't thought of. You're absolutely right. That poor lady who took this photograph, for obvious reasons you wouldn't want to give your name, but then to keep people out of your yard, to keep the bubbas out of your yard, you definitely wouldn't want to give your name.
Exactly. And, I mean, it's kind of nice that the Tampa Tribune did publish an article today, and they mentioned David, and they, did some quotes from experts and different things like that without naming the experts. But there's also this tinge of ridicule in the article.
I know. They can't help themselves.
The poor woman, she knows that's probably going to be part of it. We're hoping that she does, at least anonymously or, confidentially identify herself so that we can talk to her about and look at the negatives. We need to look at the negatives of this.
Of course. How did you like their headline? Absolute, kinda irrefutable proof of skunk ape.
Well, a pretty good, like they say, sometimes it's easier to laugh than to think.
That's right. So they should have really, with this photograph, of course they're not a good judge of that, but they really should have treated this a little more seriously.
Yeah, well, and at least they published it, and at least they're talking about it. So maybe somebody, I really respect how you seriously deal with things, and I think that our hope is that more people will look at this in a serious way so that we can get to the bottom of it.
Well, exciting stuff, Lauren. I really want to thank you for being on the program. I'm sure you're going to have a really, really, really busy website, my friend.
Okay, thank you, Art.
Lauren, good night, and thanks for being on so late from Maine. Take care. All right, folks, that's Lauren Coleman, and as I said earlier, if Lauren's excited, being one of the world's leading cryptozoologists, I certainly am. If you want to see the photographs, go to my website, and after this, I don't see how you could not want to see the photographs. www.artbell.com, and be sure to zip over. You'll see the link to Lauren's website and see the new enhancement. This is some kind of weird creature, I'll tell you that. Coming up, Colm Kelleher from NIDS. It should be quite a night. I'm Art Bell. This is Coast to Coast AM. Good morning, and if you missed the first hour, you missed something really important. One of the world's leading cryptozoologists, Lauren Coleman, was here because this skunk ape thing, the photographs we've got of this so-called skunk ape in Florida, have really blown up since we got them up last week. Lauren Coleman had already been working on all of this in private, and he's a heavyweight, and he thinks it may be the real thing. So we talked about that for an hour, and you may want to go take a look. We've got a link to Lauren Coleman's website. He's got enhanced photographs of this, whatever it is, this skunk ape. And you may be seeing something for the first time. That's worth seeing. So if you get an opportunity, go to my website right now at www.artbell.com and take a look at this creature, or take another look, or take a look at the enhanced photograph. They're available if you go to, Who's On Tonight. You'll see Lauren Coleman was kind of shoved in there at the last moment, bless his heart, all the way from Maine, and he commented for an hour on these photographs. And it's an incredible story, and it's absolutely an incredible creature. There's no question about it. So you want to see something you never saw before, that Lauren is leaning toward believing may be real, it's all on my website right now at www.artbell.com. This hour, we turn our attention in a new and very exciting direction. National Institute for Discovery Science. What is that? We'll find out. My guest is Colm Kelleher. He's Deputy Administrator of NIDS, and oversees day-to-day investigations, research projects, reports, and NIDS staff. That's a lot to do. He has a Ph.D. in biochemistry with multiple years' experience in biomedical research, including genetic engineering, viruses, immunology, and brain immune crosstalk. And he's got a lot to talk to us about because it's been a long time. He's backed by the Bigelow Foundation, and Bob Bigelow is a good friend. Bob Bigelow, he never likes me to say it, he's a gazillionaire, which is just sort of a term. He doesn't actually have a gazillion. Not that there is such a thing as a gazillion, but he's got a bunch, and he uses it in areas that should interest all of you, and I know do interest all of you, in trying to root out scientifically answers to so many of the things that we're puzzled by on this program and that we deal with. So coming up in a moment, Colm Kelleher. Here we go to Las Vegas and to Colm Kelleher, and as I mentioned, a part of the Bigelow Foundation, or certainly funded in part by the Bigelow Foundation. Bob Bigelow does have a lot of resources to pour into legitimate scientific investigation of the unusual, the paranormal, whatever it is you want to call it. They're doing very serious research. They have investigators that can be dispatched to any point in the world, really, where anything unusual happens if it's justified. And there are not too many organizations that have that ability and that resourcefulness to be able to actually get in there and really do it quick. Here's Colm Kelleher. Colm, welcome back to the program.
Great to be here again, Art. It's good to hear your voice on the air.
Thank you. There's a lot of ground to cover because it's been quite a while. But before we get started, I guess I would ask you your take. I know you've seen these photographs that we discussed last hour with Lauren Coleman, and you were starting to make a point before we actually got on the air that I thought we probably ought to make here. What do you think?
Well, we have backed into this area of Sasquatch or Bigfoot or whatever you want to call that creature. Really through the back door, and that is when we intensively study an area of the country, for example, Utah or New Mexico or even lately Montana, what we find is after people gain our trust, or we gain people's trust, after the UFO reports and after the other reports, people start talking about Sasquatch sightings or Bigfoot sightings. Now, this has happened in 3 separate locations for us, and we really do not know what to do with these reports, and we have got quite a few of them. We've had up-close sightings by law enforcement officials who are really good observers of the large, standard 7 to 8 foot, 500-pound animal within less than 100 feet sometimes. In northern Utah, for example, we've had probably 5 to 6 separate reports of this kind of creature.
Well, there's also a connection, or seemingly a connection, isn't there, to UFO reports and sightings of Bigfoot or other creatures, and so it kind of bends it occasionally toward the paranormal, doesn't it?
It bends it very much towards the paranormal, and that's where we end up. We place the Bigfoot sightings in a category that we have not put a lot of intensive research into, but at the same time we know that the cryptozoology wing of the Bigfoot study groups are very much against the whole idea of a UFO Bigfoot connection. But it's kind of ironic because we're not exactly looking for these Bigfoot reports. But yet we get them all the time. As I mentioned, we get them in Utah, we get them in New Mexico, and we've just completed a fairly major study that I'll be talking about later in around Great Falls, Montana, and there was the same level of Bigfoot reports were tacked on to intensive UFO sightings.
Well, I know Montana. This past summer, of all places, Montana was pretty hot for crop circles, wasn't it?
That's right. There were quite a few actually in July, August, up around Whitefish and Kalispell. There were quite a few reported there, and they were pretty interesting because crop circles, as you know, over here are very different because you don't have the tram lines that you have over across the Atlantic in England, where most of the crop formations are found. So tracks are much more easily spotted in the fields over here. And Montana, some of those photographs were pretty enlightening, and no obvious tracks were seen in those photographs. So
it's always seemed to me as though the ones we get here in the U.S. are a simpler form. They're not as complex or generally as large as the ones in Europe. Any thoughts about why?
Well, you could make the point that the formations that you're looking at in North America right now are very closely approximated to the kinds of formations that were showing up in Britain in 1990.
Early on, though, right?
Or early on. In other words, 10 years ago or even more. And what does that say? Does that say something about the difference in geography, or does it say something about the way they evolve over time in the United Kingdom? Or, people who maintain that the majority of these are hoaxes would say that, the crop circle artists are getting more adept. But over in the Montana ones especially that we had a look at, because we had people sample those up in Montana, and they were pretty impressed with the lay of the crop in these circles.
When you say sample, they obviously did a visual examination. Did they do anything at the molecular level?
Well, what they did was they photographed. There was an investigator up in Whitefish, Montana, photographed the formation, and then we had a couple of people who sampled 20 different locations from around the second formation, the one that was in late August in Whitefish, and we had a University of Nevada botanist take a look, and she was pretty impressed with the fact that all of the plants from inside of the circle had exactly the same breaks in the stem, and none of the plants from outside of the circle obviously had that either. So she was pretty impressed that it was a genuine article, but the plants, by the time they arrived, were not in a condition where you could do much molecular analysis, because they were collected in the absence of preservative.
Did she think that somebody with some chains and boards could have accomplished that?
Well, we looked for things like exploded nodes, and we looked for the standard features of crop formations that had been reported over in England. There was none of that. The breaks were very near the ground, but the lie of the formation, as reported by the people up there, was not consistent with boards. So there is a bit of a paradox there. We were not able to get into the molecular level because of the lack of preservatives.
Mm-hmm. A lot of people have thought that crop circles might be some attempt at education, and that's why in the early 90s they started out simply in Europe and became more and more complex as time went on. Or you could imagine the guys with the boards and chains got better. I don't know. I don't know which to believe, but I wonder if we're going to follow a similar track here in North America. In other words, they begin simple and they become more and more complex.
Well, certainly the types of formations that we're seeing up in Utah, for example, and also in Montana last summer were very reminiscent of the earlier ones. Actually, they were pretty close to some of the early ones in 1988, 1990 in Britain. So it'll be really interesting to see what kind of complexity it can be generated next summer.
Do you have any speculation on what they might be? In other words, something from aliens, something from satellites, something from magnetic anomalies here on Earth, or do you lean more toward the human aspect of it, or what's your best guess, or is there one?
Well, I'm pretty sure that there's a percentage, and I think it's a really variable percentage year to year, that are done not on the ground, from the air. But whether that means that there's some kind of an experiment going on with aircraft, or if it's something more esoteric, I don't know. But we're pretty sure that there is a percentage of these formations being done from the air. In other words, they're not people going into the fields with boards or garden rollers or whatever else is used.
How can you imagine it would be done from the air, Colm, unless a helicopter perhaps, but you wouldn't think a helicopter would do that. So what else is left?
Well,
Satellites?
We've heard stories and propositions and hypotheses put out by fairly serious people regarding camouflaged silent aircraft with lasers, carbon lasers, or in other words, an attempt made to calibrate beam weapons. And then we've heard other equally well-known physicists and other equally respected people shoot those theories down and say that's absolutely out of the question. So there's a real debate going on in some physics people and engineering people.
What about exotic propulsion systems?
I'm not sure how that could tie into the what you actually see on the ground. How could that tie into the...
I have no idea. Yeah. I have no idea. All right. I would like people, before we really begin, to understand the importance and the magnitude of what NIDS does. And I sort of gave you a little when we began the show here, I kind of outlined a little bit of what NIDS is, able to get on the scene of unusual occurrences with the right sort of assets and credentialed people to really investigate. What can you tell us about the makeup of NIDS?
Well, I think there are essentially 4 different features that distinguish us from other organizations, and that is that we have multiple experienced ex-law enforcement investigators. In other words, we try to do investigations of UFOs, paranormal phenomena associated with UFOs, and even animal mutilations, using police methodology, sort of making sure the chain of custody is intact and all of that. I'm not saying that other organizations don't do that, but we have full-time people on our staff who are ex-police, retired police officers. Mm-hmm. Secondly, we do have a lot of resources that we can deploy if we think that a particular case warrants it. And that means, we do have for example, recently we installed a 911 system, which is, to take in calls from all over the country. We have a digital recording system. We have 8 separate lines that can be simultaneously monitored. And we have the ability, we think, to monitor a UFO flap if and whenever a flap occurs. So we do have resources. We also have a staff of PhD-level scientists, backgrounds in biology and physics, phenomenology. And also we have a very high-class science advisory board. We have people who are in psychology, we have medical people, we have physics people, we have chemists, biologists, statisticians, people who are interested in our backgrounds in computer science, engineering. So we feel that we have fairly deep pockets to draw on if we want to
you
draw on
obviously
expertise.
do. You obviously do. It's a significant organization. I know of no other like it. Certainly there are many others, and they're doing good work, but they don't have the sort of assets that you have available to you. Bob Bigelow's behind a lot of this, I know, and I guess I would ask you to try and answer for Bob. What do you think has driven Bob to this incredible thing? I mean, to fund such an incredible effort. Do you ever talk to Bob about that?
Well, I think, definitely Bob Bigelow funds all of this. He has funded NIDS since its inception, and then even before that, he was funding projects in, as we talked about, crop circle research,
sure,
in animal mutilation research, in different aspects of the paranormal research, or parapsychology even. So he has really contributed large amounts of money all across the spectrum. And 5 years ago, he really brought everything together so that NIDS could be kind of a central organization where the research could be centralized here in Las Vegas. and deployed around the country. But motivation,
yes,
I think his interests go way back. His family, members of his family, had some very high-profile type sightings way back in the early days in the 40s, and I think as a youngster, he was very impressed by the quality of those sightings and by the sincerity of the people who witnessed them, and that was a real stimulant in moving him forward. And I think that has evolved over the years, that burning interest to find out why, or find out what, find out the basic questions regarding these phenomena, and especially the phenomenon pertaining to the UFO topic.
Yeah, you bet. Well, he's now years into the effort, not as many years with NIDS, but years certainly into the effort, and he has not thrown up his hands and said, I'm wasting my money. There's really nothing here. He's still at it, so that must say something.
Yes, I think it does. It says a lot for his stamina, because nobody is fooling him, fooling anybody that these questions are easy ones to answer, because, you know, we've had some kind of a focus on these questions at least since the mid-40s, and it's a series of very difficult questions.
Well, he's still at it, so I mean, it's obviously not been answered in the negative.
No, there's always been, I think, even since NIDS has started, there's been a continuous flow of cases and research projects. We started off as an organization. We started off by deploying personnel and equipment up in northern Utah for literally for years, and also in northern New Mexico for the same length of time. And we spent a lot of time mapping the phenomenon. In other words, down on the ground with whatever instruments we could deploy, with whatever observers we could deploy, and then interviewing eyewitnesses in the locality.
Is there a reason, by the way, for Utah and New Mexico versus anywhere else?
Well, I think Utah especially has a record that is pretty impressive in terms of a continuous generation after generation series of sightings that can be mapped all the way back to the 1940s. Northern New Mexico, along Highway 84, that would be all the way from Chama, Dulce, all the way across to Espanola, would have the same kind of long history of UFO sightings.
All right.
Back to the 50s.
Hold on for a moment. We're at the bottom of the hour, and if everybody would run and get a pencil and paper, we're going to be giving you a very, very, very important 911 kind of telephone number to call if you're right in the middle of something happening. I'm Art Bell, and this is Coast to Coast AM. Written to me about Maggie. I just got a fax that says, Maggie! 1. Personally observed and verified scientific fact. It is humanly impossible to hear that little voice and not smile. 2. Regarding the desert of the sea, the same thought had occurred to me, and that is, Maggie gave an exact description. Remember Whitley talking about the extraordinary children he's been meeting on his book and lecture tours? Would it be so impossible to imagine that such a child would turn up in Pahrump? My opinion, Maggie is much, much older than her admittedly adorable superficial appearance. America unites and speaks with one voice. Give us more Maggie. All right, Colm Kelleher is my guest, and you're in for a real treat as we begin to describe some of the recent research done by NIDS. They get into some pretty strange stuff coming right up. Once again, back to Colm Kelleher, who is the Deputy Administrator of NIDS and oversees day-to-day investigations. He's really got to talk to you about this sort of thing. Colm, let me ask you this. The lady who allegedly took the photograph of this creature down in Florida didn't want her name used. And I certainly can't say I blame her for a variety of reasons. She didn't want people tromping around in her backyard. She didn't want people laughing at her. She didn't want to be the object of ridicule. And we're about to give out a number for NIDS, a kind of a 911 sort of number for UFO reports, for what have you, all aspects, I guess, pretty much of the paranormal. If somebody calls NIDS and wants, they don't want to end up on the front page of their local newspaper, that's understandable. How do you treat people when they call?
Well, if they call tonight, you'll have two people actually who'll be talking to them. That'll be Connie Van Horn and Mindy Floyd. And what we do is we guarantee absolutely confidentiality when people call us. We don't release any data at all without express permission from the people who originally call it in. And then later on, after tonight, we'll probably have a quick conversation tonight. After tonight, we will have an investigator follow up probably tomorrow on people who call tonight. And we'll go through an itemized series of questions that will pinpoint all of the details of the sighting. And we take either recent or historical sightings. Obviously, we prefer recent, and the highest preference would be anything to do with physical traces. In other words, any effects, electromagnetic effects on cars, cell phones, hearing aids, you name it, TVs, or else any traces any effects on animals, any physical traces that are left on the ground, any burn marks on the ground if they see objects landing. They're the real cases that interest us, and we have noticed that those types of cases are very rare. But so initially it'll be an investigator calling you, getting all of the details. Then we start beating the bushes for additional eyewitnesses.
But you're going to protect these people from the press.
Oh yes, absolutely. If the press call us, and we do get a lot of media calls.
I bet you do.
We don't release the names of eyewitnesses. On occasion, eyewitnesses do want their names released.
Different story.
Yeah,
I'm just I'm trying to explain to people that they don't have to be afraid to call, and this is one serious organization that will investigate without blowing your career out of the water or whatever.
Yeah, and it is really important. A lot of people do not call for that very reason. Yeah. So we really do want to encourage people to make the call and talk to us, because in the 5-year history that we've been around, we have never released the names of anybody without express permission from people. It's really important that people call us, because if they don't call us, we can't investigate it.
That's right.
And I must emphasize that we do, in the appropriate cases, we do go to the wall in terms of investigation.
I know you do.
And we have the ability to go to the wall. Obviously, if somebody calls in with a distant light in the sky that may or may not be Saturn or Venus, we're not going to spend an awful lot of time flying around looking for it. But depending on the cases, we will investigate them.
Let's move through some of the recent case summaries that you've had, things that NIDS has been doing. What have you been doing?
Well, it's really good, because we announced this 24-hour hotline just over a year ago on your show, as you probably remember.
I sure do.
And in the interim, we have gone through this process of analyzing and investigating, tracking down, and all of that, of just under 600 cases.
Wow!
And that's not the numbers of calls we've received. They're the cases that we've gone to the trouble of tracking down additional eyewitnesses, investigating, and then we have a system where we enter it into a database. We assign a credibility index and all of that, and then we try to map the cases geographically to see if there's any patterns. And so we've done that in 600 cases, and what really has leapt out in the last 12 months is the black triangle issue, which a lot of people have talked about, and we have we've got this really almost by default. About 116 cases, separate cases that we've got in the last 12 months are these black triangles, and they all, or most of them, have the same modus operandi. They're flying very low. Over 60% of the cases that we have, of the 116 cases, are flying below 1,000 feet. And they're all very large. They're all extremely brightly lit.
They all have the performance characteristics that they're silent. They can turn on a dime. In other words, they rotate. They don't bank. They can accelerate to very high speeds without making noise.
They don't fly. They float, or they defy gravity, or however you want to put it. Because, as you know, I saw one.
Right. Yeah. And your description fits the category beautifully.
Well, it was a long time ago, and people weren't talking triangles, except, I think, in Europe a little bit when I saw this. But since, it's just been triangle after triangle after triangle. I was at the Super Bowl in Tampa, and they flew the B-2 bomber right over my head.
Oh, yeah?
And I suppose if you were to see that, and it was low, you would think you were seeing an alien craft. The only thing is, it sounds like a jet aircraft.
Yeah. The noise of the B-2 is pretty impressive.
Sure, and there was absolutely no relationship to the triangle that I saw. So you've had a lot of reports then of triangles.
We've had a lot of reports of triangles, and a lot of them are most of them are black, dark green, or blue. But we do have about 15% of our callers report silver triangles.
Silver,
which. We don't know if that's a different make or whatever, but it's definitely there. And about 10% of these triangular cases do have effects on cell phones or radios or autos. And just lately, we've had a couple cases involving biological effects, which is what I wanted to focus on, because these are really the cases that start opening the doors to further analysis.
What kind of biological effects? Asks he who was under one of these.
Well, there are two separate cases that we're working on right now. One of them happened in Maine, and at a remote area in Maine, involving three people. There was a mother, her mother, and then there was a young son, and the son was affected after seeing this object going right overhead at about 200 to 300 feet, very slowly, immediately preceded by two what looked like silent helicopters, unmarked black silent helicopters. So, in other words, they were standing in a clearing in a campground in Maine. The first thing they see was coming over just over the trees were two silent helicopters, and then almost immediately after this was a low-flying black triangular object, no noise, just a kind of a very deep vibration that was felt rather than heard. 5 or 6 hours later, the little boy woke up with describing extreme heat in his in his gut. He said his stomach was burning, and then the mother noticed that the skin on the back of his neck was really peeling and looked like burn marks.
Really?
He was taken to a hospital, a local hospital, and we're still investigating this. So we're trying to track the medical records. So 5 hours after this incident, the skin was peeling. The doctor said that, in his opinion, it looked like some kind of a radiation effect. However, biologically, we know that a gap of 5 hours for radiation rules out most of the normal types of radiation. In other words, ionizing radiation, ultraviolet. We know there was no ultraviolet because the boy was not sunburned. So we're chopping down these little clues. That's the first case that we know of.
This was at night?
Of the what?
This was at night.
This was at night. Yeah, it was about 10:30 at night.
Okay.
And the boy woke up at about 5:30 or 5 o'clock the following morning. It was very, very soon, and we have the photographs of those burns. So we're tracking that case because it may give an indication of the kind of radiation that was deployed. Now, interestingly, there are some parallels with the famous Cash Landrum incident in Texas, where there was two women and a young boy were subjected to intense radiation, but all three people were affected. In this case, in Maine, only the boy was affected. That's the first case. Now, the second case is definitely worth following up from my perspective, because I'm a biologist and I have an interest in genetics. This case happened in Saskatchewan, and again, it was a low-flying, actually more like a flying wing, but it had a triangular shape, roughly. Came overhead again, and this lady's plants all were deeply affected. She had several different types of flowers that underwent a dramatic change in the following 2 to 3 days. She felt a lot of tingling, static electricity kind of effect as the object went right over her head, and this was a daylight. And
what about microwave?
Well, you mean in the first case?
Well, in either one of the cases. In other words, you feel a tingling, or you feel a warmth, or you get a burn. Microwave would do that, wouldn't it?
Well, if human tissue is being cooked, it would show up fairly quickly and there would be hot spots in the internal organs for sure.
Precisely.
Yeah, it would show up with symptoms, but it's early days. We really need to get their medical records before we can go further. But
I mean, you were talking about other kinds of radiation.
Yeah.
Microwave would roughly, I think, have those effects.
Yeah, microwave is definitely high up there. If we eliminate ultraviolet and we eliminate the ionizing radiation, we definitely need to look at radio waves and microwaves. And you could even put out the hypothesis that if by any chance this was a military, some sort of a military object,
yes,
that electronic countermeasures put out fairly substantial blasts of radio waves, high frequency radio waves, which border on the microwave region. If you wanted to look at it from that point of view.
And where was this again? The second incident?
This was in Maine.
In Maine. Why would they be doing a lot of high-powered ECM low to the ground?
Yeah, it doesn't make any sense
in Maine,
unless it was an accident or something. But it really doesn't make any sense. And most of the really low-flying black triangular craft or objects make no sense from the perspective of testing and deploying stealth aircraft. For example, they're deploying extremely bright lights. They're deploying, really low over housing areas and close to large areas of population. We investigated a case. We talked about it on a previous show with you in Illinois involving 4 police officers, which was within 20 miles of St. Louis, Missouri. I mean, we're talking heavy population there, and we're speculating that one of the reasons that we're seeing this again and again at flying below 1,000 feet is that they're flying below radar.
Right, below radar. Well, if you imagine it might be our military, you certainly would have a hard time imagining why they would do it over a populated area A and B. Even if they did, why would they light up like Christmas trees?
Yeah, it's very, very risky, and it brings in a really significant air safety issue into this whole equation. People talk about air safety mostly from the perspective of the pilots, but from the perspective of people on the ground, if you've got low-flying, extremely large objects that are floating over your house on a regular basis, it does get dangerous. We have had people talk to us, eyewitnesses who have described that these objects coming so low that they start running, that it's coming right over the treetops. Very, very strange. I was just talking about the biological effects on the flowers.
Yes.
We had.
What actually happened to them, by the way?
Well, what happened was that this series of purple petunia flowers underwent a series of orchestrated changes in the flower color. First of all, they changed from purple to white stripes. Then they changed to all white. Then they changed to lime green.
You're kidding.
Over a 3-day period. Now, we're not talking one flower. We're talking about all flowers. Now, that means that there was a pretty heavy effect on the genetics of that plant.
Right.
There were specific genes transcribed over a particular time period that led to these orchestrated changes. So what we're doing currently is we're talking with different genetics labs that focus on petunia research to see if we can get a handle on the kinds of energy that affected plants in such an orchestrated way. So I'm using this as an example of the kinds of effects that people could call into us on our hotline, because they will give us a window on the kinds of effects that are happening to people, animals, and plants in the as a result of these cases.
Well, the burns and all the rest of it, that sounds like something out of Close Encounters of the Third Kind, the beginning of that movie.
Yeah,
remember?
Yeah.
The burn, the sun coming out, all the rest of it.
Yeah. The only difference with this kid was that there was no evidence of sunburn at all. And, the sunburn is definitely a feature of a lot of these cases, but this was not a sunburn. And that made us think of, more in the radio wave, microwave, but it's really early days.
So that little boy may have been literally cooked.
Well, that was one of the things that we thought of, and we're obviously talking to medical people about this to see if we can go further with it.
All right. Colm, we're at the top of the hour, so hold it right where you are, and we'll be right back. Colm Kelleher, Deputy Administrator of NIDS, the National Institute for Discovery Science. I'm Art Bell, and we'll keep rolling through the night from the high desert. Stay right where you are. The close encounter that my wife and I had was here in Pahrump, Nevada. The craft was headed directly toward Area 51. A lot of people have said, well, Area 51 is not anymore. I have in front of me something that I'm going to read to you. It's got a lot of apparent legalese in it. For immediate release from the President of the United States, dated February 1st, 2001. It is what I'm going to read is a text of a letter from the President to the Speaker of the House of Representatives and the President of the Senate. Dear Mr. Speaker, dear Mr. President, consistent with Section 6001A of the Resource Conservation and Recovery Act, RCRA, the Act as amended 42 U.S.C. 6961A, notification is hereby given that on September 19th, 2000, President Clinton issued Presidential Determination 2000-30, copy attached, and thereby exercised his authority to grant certain exemptions under Section 6001A of the Act. Presidential Determination 2000-30 exempted the United States Air Force's operating location near Groom Lake, Nevada, from any federal, state, interstate, or local hazardous or solid waste laws that would require the disclosure of classified information concerning that operating location to unauthorized persons. Information concerning activities at the operating location near Groom Lake has been properly determined to be classified, and its disclosure would be harmful to national security. Continued protection of this information is, therefore, in the paramount interest of the United States. The determination was not intended to imply that in the absence of a presidential exemption, RCRA or any other provision of law permits or requires the disclosure of classified information to unauthorized persons. The determination also was not intended to limit the applicability or enforcement of any requirement of law applicable to the Air Force's operating location near Groom Lake, except those provisions, if any, that would require the disclosure of classified information. Sincerely, George W. Bush. So, Colm, what do you think? Is Area 51 still in business?
Well, never having been there, I can't really talk about it. But
sounds that way anyway.
I know the photographs, the satellite photographs on that are all around the internet now are pretty impressive.
Yes, they are.
The latest series are pretty good. It looks like an extensive series of
sure does
of buildings, but I really have no idea. We do like you talked about. Your sighting was going from Pahrump towards Area 51. We do get calls from St. George, Nevada, of objects heading over the mountains towards or St. George, Utah, heading over towards Area 51. We also get calls sometimes from north of Las Vegas. same thing, but, you know, it's the ultimate black box in terms of research. Going in, trying to do some kind of scientific research when all of the restrictions you've just mentioned are in, you know, they're applying. It's really a dead end for us, and we stay away from it.
Little things like getting shot. I mean, if you go up there, stuff.
Well,
like that.
yeah, we've gone down by the black or the white mailbox, and we've checked out the guys in the white Jeep Cherokees who stop you from going any further, and even then you're like 30 or 40 miles away from anything interesting.
I know. I'll tell you a little secret. There was a producer here about a week ago from NBC's Today Show. They did a little piece on me in the morning.
Yeah.
And the producer said, "Come on, Art. Let's you and I. Let's go up to Area 51. Let's take the back way in. Let's invade the place." I said, "You go right ahead,
Right.
Michael. Let me know how you do when you get out of jail."
That's right. See you in 20 years.
Yeah. All right. Now, one other question with regard to the Black Triangle story you told about with the two silent black helicopters.
Yes.
Now, obviously, to any thinking person, it wouldn't seem like an alien culture would have any need for silent black helicopters. And so to me, that means either our government, A, knows they're here and is in some sort of league with them, or B, the whole thing is government.
There's the black helicopter has been an enigma for 30 years now.
Long time, yeah.
A long time, and we've talked to people who have seen black helicopters hovering over cattle, you know, in northern New Mexico.
Right.
They've described these objects taking off at the speed of a jet fighter. So these black helicopters on occasion have really high performance characteristics. Now, the silent black helicopters that I talked about in Maine just came over. It was almost like they drifted over the campsite. You may recall the Cash Landrum sighting in Texas. The event, there was about 15 to 20, again, helicopters associated with this large craft in Texas. Now, there was a very, very intensive effort to track down those 15 to 20 helicopters that were flying in association with the UFO in Texas in 1980 without success. In other words, those helicopters could not be found. So there's a real discrepancy between the deployment of these helicopters and the numbers of people who are reporting them. Now, that's not to say that there's black ops happening all the time, that, you know, silent black helicopters do fly, but there's a lot of discrepancy. We're not able to explain it, and you know, we've heard a lot of talk recently, especially about the whole concept of UFO mimicry.
Well, that's where I was going. I was going to ask you, is it not possible, Colm, that they can cause us to see whatever they wish us to see?
Well, we know that the UFO phenomena does have an effect. It's able to manipulate perception. I think the 40 to 50 year history of the UFO phenomenon really points that out. And I think Jacques Vallée, for example, has done a lot of work pointing that whole aspect out. His focus really has been showing that there's the physical effects, there are psychological effects, and there are even psychic effects, if you want to use the term psychic. So you've got a tremendously sophisticated series of phenomena that are capable of interacting, you know, with the physical level, with the psychological level, and with the psychic level, which means that we're, as observers, we're pretty subjective, to put it mildly. If we're having all three levels being manipulated, maybe even simultaneously, then you can make the strong point that we're not really seeing what we see.
That's very troubling.
Well, from the point of view of eyewitness testimony, it certainly does raise questions, and it also raises questions about credibility. But just the number of bizarre incidents and very, very difficult to explain sightings of these convoys of helicopters around the UFO phenomenon are very, very difficult to explain.
Well, I guess there's two choices. Either you're being invited to see something that is familiar to you that you can at least semi-explain, a helicopter is something we know about, or there is some government involvement. Which way do you lean, or do you sort of wobble between?
Well, the data goes both ways. There's definitely aberrancies in perception from what people report and see. I mean, we even have people who two people go into the same incident and report different things, different features of craft, which seems to me to be fairly indicative, number one, of eyewitness unreliability, but also number two of this whole facet of interactions with psychology. The short answer is we really don't have enough data to say. And
John in Brooklyn, Ohio, asked a question on. We have a little facility here called Fast Blast where they can send a computer question, and he says, "Hi Art, in the UFO phenomenology section of the NIDS website, under the news items section, there are articles about UFO encounters that occurred in China, but for some reason they cannot be accessed."
They cannot be accessed?
Right. He can't seem to get to them somehow. So are there just headlines there, or what's on the site about China?
Well, I know in the news section there's several headlines. That's from quite a long time ago. They should be accessible, though.
Okay.
So you remember at the end of 1999, Christmas 1999, there was several reports from different areas of China of multiple UFO.
Yes.
So we put up the various links having to do with those, and they
all right. So unless the link died, and
yeah,
that sometimes happens, it should be accessible. Otherwise, maybe there was a link that simply went away.
Yeah, we can check on that, but
nobody's hiding anything anyway.
No, we're not hiding anything. But I wanted to mention the helicopter issue because we've just completed on our website. We just put up actually about 12 hours ago a fairly major report on a wave of UFO helicopter activity centered around Malmstrom Air Force Base in 1974 to 1977, and that really does raise the question of this helicopter issue. The data came out of a retired police officer who was based in Great Falls, Montana during the 1970s, and the reason we were interested in this whole case was because he had the original police blotters, and he made them available to us, and they documented a really frenzied series of UFO sightings over a period of 2 years involving about 128 to 129 separate UFO reports that came into his office from a 40-mile radius around Malmstrom Air Force Base. And that, on top of that, there was an additional 60-odd sightings of helicopter activity. Now, these are helicopters that Malmstrom Air Force Base and nearby National Guard bases were deliberately trying to track, and they could not track most of these helicopter sightings. They managed to track a very small number, but the majority of these 63 sightings of helicopters, they did not know where they were coming from. And finally, in this database from Montana, right in the middle of this whole UFO helicopter wave, there was 67 mutilations.
Oh my God!
So you've got a wave of UFO helicopter activity, and you've also got a wave of animal mutilations that are interspersed. And we got one of the better statisticians around to take a look at this data. She's a statistician from University of California at Davis, and she has documented. We think it's the first time it's been documented that there is a
very strong statistical significant link between UFO helicopters and the animal mutilation phenomenon. Now, obviously, we've heard a lot in the past about people reporting weird lights in the sky around the same time as mutilations, but we think because of these high numbers involved, we're talking really, if you look at it, about 300 cases, if you add all of them together, over a very short period of time, over a couple of years. We think this is the first time where an actual strong, scientifically backable statistical finding has been reported, and we just put that up on our website about 12 hours ago.
Really? What is the incidence of eyewitnesses seeing animals virtually beaming up to a craft or dumped out of a craft?
Well, we're aware of the case involving the elk up in was it Washington State there last year?
Yeah. Oh, that was a big case. Yeah, a lot of witnesses.
That was like 14 separate. That was the report that we got 14 separate witnesses, and I know that I believe that case is still being worked on. We did not get involved in that case, but I know other people did. We've heard other reports, similar type reports of not involving so many eyewitnesses, but we've also had quite a few reports of animals with several legs being broken, and as if these animals are being dropped from a height. Mm-hmm. We've also had reports of impact craters.
Impact craters?
Impact craters, in other words, where a very heavy animal has been dropped. We haven't directly investigated any of those.
Can you imagine in your wildest dreams why our government, and they're the only ones you can imagine would do this, but you can't attach a motive to it, would go out and randomly yank up a cow or an elk or any other animal, do some mutilating work to it or even medical experimental work, and then drop it to the ground? Is there any circumstance under which you could imagine the need for that?
No. We're at a complete loss to explain why the government does not, if it wants to experiment on animals, why it doesn't buy its own herd of animals,
sure,
subject them to whatever stimulus they want to subject them to, and then...
Or if they wanted Farmer X's animals, they could go to Farmer X and buy the animal if there was something special about Farmer X's animal.
Yeah. Well, you know, the cases around the Malmstrom Air Force Base in 1975 were interesting because there was an unprecedented level of cooperation between the military base and the police, the law enforcement, the sheriff's office. So there was like floods of phone calls going back and forth, and there were actually military, sometimes helicopters were reporting dead animals to the Cascade County Sheriff's Department.
Oh, really?
So we find that level of collegiality and cooperation pretty interesting too, especially if you make the hypothesis that the military were involved in animal mutilations, because it doesn't seem to hold up in the case of Montana. We have testimony from people who were inside Malmstrom Air Force Base that they had no idea of who or what was flying around the Air Force Base. They had no idea of who was mutilating the animals. And you have to remember, there's about 220 Minuteman III missiles located in that part of Montana. Now we have a map in the report that we published on our website showing that a small number of these missile sites were actually overflown repetitively with either UFO or what people reported as helicopters, and we tend to lump in the UFO and the helicopters into the same category because
causing what kind of reaction?
Well, they actually overflew the missile launch facilities with no reaction. Not one of them were one would intuitively think that they would be intercepted. We have reports.
One would really think that.
Well, we would have thought that, but we have reports of F-106s being launched to intercept, but absolutely no contact was ever made with these UFOs. we have reports, coming out of mouths from Air Force Base on these police blotters that document the frustration of launching these fighters to intercept and coming up with nothing, and then when the fighters leave, the objects blink the lights back on, and multiple phone calls on a given night talking about these objects over various missile launch silos.
All right, hold it right there. We're at the bottom of the hour, so you've got to ask yourself, is it the military themselves, and is that why they don't launch all the time? Or is it our military, which has determined there's actually nothing they can do about it? They never do catch one of these things, so there's no point wasting the jet fuel. Either way, you've got to admit, it would be a really, really, really big story. By the way, on my website right now, there's all kinds of new stuff and all kinds of reasons for you to go up there, including the link to NIDS. And we'll give that number to you again, too, the hotline number for NIDS. If you have anything going on that you'd like to report without having your name dragged around, they'll do it. We all agree the speed of light is 186,000 miles per second. Anyone out there know what the speed of dark is? Somebody says, I submit to you that space travel will become commonplace once scientists realize the speed of dark is much more of an efficient way to travel than the minuscule speed of light. I don't know about that. Colm, somebody writes and asks, recently it's been discussed in the media that these large triangular craft are actually blimps being used as mobile helicopter bases. They supposedly have helicopters on board in the port and starboard corners. Could you ask Colm to comment?
Well, we've heard those possibilities, and actually, we try to do some research on whether or not one of these stealth blimps had been built and deployed. And we came across a company out in New Jersey called Aerion Inc. And we talked to the CEO of Aerion for quite some time, and he said that there was small Aerion blimps developed in the 1970s and actually test flown, but unless somebody has actually broken the patent against his knowledge, these things were never deployed. The large blimps were never deployed. Now, we know, for example, that money has gone to Lockheed to develop these kinds of heavy lifting blimps. Mm-hmm. We don't know yet if some black project has deployed these. We really have no idea, but we know that the Aerion people have not made them, and we know they're in the developmental stages at Lockheed and elsewhere. And there's actually seed money from NASA looking at this too. So unless it's buried, we haven't been able to find it. Right. We do know, however, that the performance characteristics that are pretty well repetitively reported to us are not consistent with a blimp-type craft, because we know extremely high speeds and accelerations are really not consistent with a blimp-type structure.
Colm, the other night we were doing a show on life after death and survival after death of the spirit or the consciousness, and we had a call that rocked me back, and I'm not over it yet. It was from a young lady who works as an MRI technician. Yeah. And for years now, she called me and she admitted, she said, I see entities, not everywhere, but when I'm at work, I see entities. I wouldn't dare tell my coworkers what I see, but I see them. And I see them when the MRI machine is operating. And that blew me away, Colm, because I've got a bad back, terrible back, L4 and L5, and I've had an MRI, and I think I explained to the audience, when I have that MRI, curious me, I go to the technician, I say, why don't you tell me about this machine? And so he opened up the front of the machine, he took a big steel bar, a big one, put it up against the machine, turned the machine on, and said, try to pull it off. And I tried. I tried as hard as I could, and there was no way to pull it off. The size of the electromagnetic field from an MRI machine is monstrous, absolutely monstrous. And there are effects on humans, and maybe others. I remember you telling me a story about the ranch, right? You remember that story about an opening of some sort with something crawling out of it? Can you briefly retell that?
Sure. Yeah, that happened a few years ago, maybe a couple of years ago now. It was in August. It was late summer, and there were 2 investigators actually involved in this incident. They were monitoring this hot spot, like we like to call it a hot spot because it's a very small field, actually measuring maybe 100 yards by 50 yards, very small, that seems to have had a lot of phenomena over time. So there's a ridge overlooking this field, so it's a really good vantage point for taking infrared photographs and for using night vision equipment to try to track the phenomena that seem to be centered around this field for whatever reason. And the 2 investigators were up on the ridge overlooking this field, and they were just packing up for the night. Actually, it was kind of like 2 a.m. And they saw a very, very dull yellowish light down below them. Didn't take much notice of it at first as they were packing up, and the light seemed to get more intense, and it was still a dull yellowish, but it was expanding. And eventually it expanded to about 4 feet in diameter. So they unpacked the equipment, and one guy took out night vision binoculars, and the other guy took out infrared or a camera with infrared film, and started taking long exposure infrared photographs, while the other guy was watching what was happening through the night vision binoculars. So the guy with the binoculars started reporting that the 4-foot diameter area of light seemed to be 3-dimensional, and he could see movement in the bottom of this 3-dimensional hole, or actually it was like a 3-dimensional tunnel of light located about 4 feet above the ground. So it was kind of like as if it was hovering in the ground, and in this 3-dimensional tunnel there was a movement, and gradually a pair of shoulders, a head, and arms were getting pretty obvious, and he was getting pretty excited, reporting it to this other guy who was taking photographs.
Right.
And this creature became obvious as it seemed to be literally pushing itself along this 3-dimensional tunnel of light that was located about 4 feet above the ground. So the creature eventually maneuvered itself out of the tunnel, stood up, and then just vanished into the night. And this was 2 a.m. So these
remember,
guys,
folks, these are trained observers now, and this is on a ranch that was purchased by Bigelow because of all the odd things going on at the ranch. And so to observe something like this is incredible. They didn't happen to have any electromagnetic sensing gear with them, did they?
Well, they did actually, and they plucked up the courage after about 10 minutes to go down to the exact spot, because in the meantime, after the creature had vanished into the night, this was about a 6-foot creature, looked like totally black, had crawled out of this 3-dimensional structure in the air, and then immediately afterwards it started collapsing in on itself. So 10 minutes later, it was completely gone. The light was gone. Now, the guy who was taking the photographs could only see a dull yellow 4-foot diameter light, whereas the guy with the infrared night vision binoculars could see all of the action happening. So they went down. They used these portable detectors to look for electric fields, magnetic fields, microwave radiation, radio waves, and the electromagnetic, the usual cast of characters. Nothing was registering, except there was a very pungent odor of sulfur in the air.
Sulfurous
type odor.
and that eventually dissipated. But they looked for tracks, they looked for any physical evidence of what they had just seen, and there was none except the smell.
Well, again, going back to what this MRI tech told me, I don't know why it blew me away so, except that I guess I remember back to the Philadelphia experiment descriptions of electromagnetics being used, and electromagnetics are just sort of interesting because we don't fully understand what extremely strong electromagnetic fields do to the human body, to the brain, or what they might even do in terms of
Absolutely, I would agree with that, and in the area up in the Uinta Basin around the ranch, it's not only the ranch that has activity, but it's in the entire area.
Sure. We
have documented 7 or 8 different times of transient fluctuations on a handheld magnetic field detector. So there are transient back and forth fluctuations, strong fluctuations in magnetic field associated with these phenomena, but for whatever reason. And what we would love to be able to do is to start deploying much more sophisticated equipment. And we know that, for example, that the government has multiple detectors arrayed all around the country that we're fairly sure must be picking up some either infrared, ultraviolet, visible light, or any of the magnetic field, electric field, or electromagnetic detectors. There's a lot of data we're pretty sure that that's available, but we know in the area of the Uinta Basin, magnetic fields have been detected, and one of the things we were thinking of doing in the future is perhaps using that as a way of kind of like your caller with the MRI, using a magnetic field detector or a generator, so that perhaps.
You mean actually building something for that purpose?
One could construct with pretty good engineering. One could construct a fairly sizable magnetic field generator. Obviously, there would be safety concerns within the immediate area, but if it was fenced off, it could produce some kind of a disturbance that would be detectable.
Yes, you could create a controlled circumstance, and you could have all kinds of monitoring from a distance.
That's right.
Of that.
That's the kind of thing that we've bandied about, because your caller with the MRI is kind of very intriguing there.
Yes. Oh, very intriguing.
Yeah.
All right. Well, any other cases since we last spoke that you'd like to elucidate?
Well, yeah, we do have a case from last June, actually, late June.
Oh.
That was reported from Utah. And the reason that I'd like to talk about it a bit is because there was only a single eyewitness, and it seems difficult for us to believe that there was only a single eyewitness, because this object was like huge. The eyewitness described it as being the size of a small airport.
A small airport.
A small airport. And we're used to getting comparisons with airplanes, but this is the first one where we got a comparison with an airport. And very briefly, what happened was he noticed that what seemed like the beginnings of a light show happening in the sky, and then he noticed that there seemed to be what he described as blobs of light that started coalescing together into this gigantic circular structure. It was like blobs of liquid mercury. When you put them on a desk or something.
Sure, I can picture that. Sure.
They roll together. That's exactly how he described this phenomenon that was coming together in the air. Hundreds of little objects coming together to form this large circular object. And in the middle of this, there was what he described as a jasmine light that was flicking on and off and on and off. It was repetitively going on and off, and each time it went on and off, he heard this distinct buzzing sound about a second or 2 seconds afterwards, to the extent that after a couple of rounds of this, he noticed that it was the jasmine lights seemed to be making the sound. So speed of sound traveling at 700 to 750 miles per hour, the interval being between 1 and 2 seconds, we were able to compute that this thing was not very far away from him. It was like maybe a couple of thousand feet.
Okay.
So an object the size of a small airport that was extremely brightly lit remained in the sky in Utah, in the area between Randlett and Roosevelt, Utah, for about 15 minutes. And we would be very interested if any of your listeners, number one, have ever seen anything of that ilk, and number two, if they were in the area in June of 2000. It's a long shot, but we figured it'd be worth following up on, because the way this object came together was different from a lot of the reports that we have got in the past. Usually what we get is objects either vanishing or objects appearing suddenly, but this seemed to be like a sequence of events that resulted in this object appearing.
You know, the average person, Colm, if they were to see something the size of an airport, probably wouldn't report it. I mean, that's really a tough one to get somebody to swallow, the size of an airport in the sky. You might not talk about that. You might file that one away and think, well, maybe I won't talk about it.
Yeah, and I think that's what we're kind of afraid of, because we have definitely put the word out to see if we can get other eyewitnesses, because it would be really good if we were able to triangulate different eyewitness descriptions of that object.
Well, maybe somebody out there who's seen something as big as an airport up in Utah would be willing to call your number if you'd like to report a floating airport, or for that matter, anything else. They have the resources at NIDS to investigate. All you've got to do is make the call. Back now to Colm Kelleher, and Colm, here's a really kind of an interesting comment from Danny in Jacksonville, Arkansas, because of what we were talking about. Early Ray Palmer publications, I don't know him, like Fate, Search, Forum, and Mystic, described arc welders, you know arc welders,
yeah,
as seeing apparitions. That's interesting, isn't it?
No, that's definitely a new one on me.
It's a new one on me too, but it just fits. Here's another one from John in Seattle who says, Colm mentioned cattle mutilations. Ask him about his knowledge, this is really a touchy one, of human mutilations.
Somebody asked me that question quite a while ago, and we have never had a single report of human mutilations, even though I know there was a couple on the internet there in the last few months. Mm-hmm. We have never had a single report of human mutilations. You know, the cattle mutilation phenomenon continues. You know, there's a lot of evidence to say that it's continuing, but humans, no. I would love to know the data and the sources for that data, but you know, we just have had no reports.
Well, then, an obvious question is, why cows? What would a cow, what do the scientists tell you, Colm, that a cow would tell you if you were to dissect it and test it? And would you look for environmental changes? Would they unusually show up in a cow, poisoning of the land? What might you glean from a cow?
Well, one of the really classic symptoms of animal mutilation is removal of one or both of the eyes, and it's well known that the vitreous humor in the eye, the fluid in the eye of an animal is a very, very good indicator, accurate indicator of all of the metabolism and all of the additives that have been processed by that animal. So
plus the effects on the reproductive organs, as the so-called germ cells, the stem cells. All of those are tremendously susceptible to contaminants. But this goes back to the question of, in mutilations, of, is this the government just monitoring, as many people have reported to us, that this seems to be the favorite theme that even goes back to the 1970s, that the government are monitoring some unknown pathogen, be it radioactivity downwind from the Nevada test sites, or some biohazards that are being produced up in Utah and in the Dugway area.
That's interesting. Would they unusually show up in cows? I would imagine they would. In other words, if there was some sort of radiation or something environmentally close by, the cows sitting there eating grass.
Yeah, well, it's put forward as a way of monitoring over a very, very wide area how wind would disperse a given pathogen. But, it's all speculation. But we have had these kinds of reports again and again and again, especially east of Dugway, that area up in Utah, north of or west of Salt Lake City.
Yes.
Where, even law enforcement people talking about this continuous activity that was happening up in the area around Logan, for example, in the 1970s. Continuous black helicopter activity coming in from the west, coming in from the area around Dugway, and sampling of animals. But again, it's all still up in the air. We have never been able to nail it down for government operation. Same thing like I was talking about with the Malmstrom Air Force Base incident. All of these incidents happened within a 40-mile radius. 67 separate mutilations happened within a 40-mile radius of Malmstrom Air Force Base. We interviewed veterinarians who actually worked these cases pro bono for the law enforcement agencies up there, provided that their names weren't used, and provided that they did not have to sign off on a report. They did this work pro bono. They went out into the field and did the pathology, and they found these animals in several cases were exsanguinated. In other words, they did their full necropsy. They looked in the abdominal cavity. They looked in the thoracic cavity. They looked everywhere for where blood should settle, and there was no blood.
No blood.
They even went as far. One veterinarian told me on the telephone that he even went as far as squeezing the animal's heart, and only one drop of blood came out of the heart. He said these animals, he had looked at a couple of them, and another veterinarian had looked at a couple of them. And these were all within a 40-mile radius of Malmstrom Air Force Base. Now, in one of these cases, they rolled the animal over in order to conduct the full necropsy on the animal. And underneath the animal, there was a very large gauge metal syringe or needle.
Huh.
The kind of instrument that humans would use to attempt to exsanguinate an animal. So there's a tremendous level of confusion in the animal mutilation field.
They're confusing me.
Yeah, we have this very strong statistical correlation now between the UFO helicopter activity and the mutilation phenomenon, but we also have this ongoing organized deception that has been happening, and we know it's been happening since the 1940s, where various groups are known historically to use the UFO phenomenon for their own deceptive purposes, including the intelligence agencies, perhaps as a way of monitoring Air Force Base readiness, for example.
Well, here's another way of looking at it. If we're talking about national security, what is national security? Well, if unidentified aircraft are violating our airspace, violating our cattle, violating our citizens, that would, and frequently, for example, overflying missile silos. If all of that doesn't qualify as a real big national security issue, then I don't properly understand national security.
Right.
I would completely agree, and we really saw that on a really minute scale up at Malmstrom Air Force Base. You know, the missile silos are coded according to these Greek letters: alpha, beta, gamma, bravo.
Right.
And you know, on the logs from the police records that we looked at, you saw these reports: object over India 10, object over Bravo 4, and these objects were hovering sometimes for several minutes. They were obviously associated with the missile launch facilities, and if that doesn't constitute a very serious national security problem, we don't know what does. Now, we have the documentation from Malmstrom Air Force Base in October and November of 1975, and we know that there was simultaneous activity, incursions happening at Minot Air Force Base in North Dakota.
Really?
At Loring Air Force Base in Maine, Wordsmith Air Force Base in Michigan, and then even one of the Canadian Air Force bases, Falconbridge in Ontario. We know over those 2-month periods that there was multiple incursions right across the northern tier. Now, we can't really put all of that down to activity by the intelligence agencies. It seems like a massive undertaking.
There were some old stories, too, Colm. I wonder if NIDS ever looked into these. I think 2020 did a piece on some craft that hovered above some missile facilities, I think in the Dakotas, if I remember correctly, and actually shut down a number of our ICBMs. Actually shut them down.
That's right.
Then there was a similar report in Russia, a little more worrisome, because in this case, the objects hovering for a long period of time above the silos initiated a countdown, actually began a countdown to launch. And they ripped those consoles apart and never found anything wrong. So, again, you know, it seems to me that would probably qualify as national security.
Yeah. We know that, I think the one that you're referring to that I know about in the United States was the Malmstrom Air Force Base missile shutdowns in 1967, where I believe it was March 1967, where up to 10 separate missile locations were shut down. In other words, the alarms were going off, they were inoperative. There were 2 security guards called in to the launch control facility, which was located underground. They called in a panic, saying that there was a large orange object out there. They didn't know what was going on. One security officer injured himself as he was clambering over a metal fence, getting away from this object. And I believe they disobeyed orders. They essentially ran away from this object. And
well, I understand this running thing.
Oh, yeah.
For example, going back to the ranch with the hole opening up 4 feet above the ground and something beginning to crawl out of it, I've got to give your observer a lot of credit because, you know, when it started crawling out, I'm not sure I could wait around and observe dispassionately.
Right. That was one of those things that we talked about for quite a while afterwards because, you know, they had no idea at the time what actually happened when this creature literally vanished into the night. It was like a black night, and 1 minute it was there, it was sort of illuminated by the 3-dimensional tunnel, and the next minute it was gone into the night. They had no idea if it was climbing up the ridge after them.
Of course not.
No, and so there was a kind of a deep silence for quite a while when they were listening to see what was coming up to get them.
Yes.
But nothing happened. I mean, they never saw anything. But the interesting thing about that particular incident was that these dull yellow lights were very, very common. Very common. So around the area, not only around that particular ranch, but around the area in general, they were reported, but they were never really looked at as anything more than just kind of phenomena. But this was the first time that somebody had looked at them in the infrared region of the spectrum, because the Generation 3 night vision binoculars looks fairly far into the infrared spectrum. It looks into at least 3,000 nanometers.
So what was going on was obviously detectable in the infrared and not the visible region of the spectrum.
So then, in a way, we could all think that a lot of these things are going on in our space. And by that I mean right here on Earth, all around us, and we might not even see them.
Yeah, we think that's a possibility. There are other incidents too that have happened in that area in Utah where observers who have just been without equipment have not seen what observers with equipment have seen, and I'm talking about the night vision equipment. It's very, very useful for picking up phenomena that the visible part of the spectrum is not. It just is not accessible.
Is there anything inherent in night vision? And I have I have some third generation night vision stuff myself. Is there anything in night vision that would lend itself to misinterpretation of what you're seeing?
Well, as you know, then the ITT, the Generation 3 is light enhancement. So you could propose the idea that the light enhancement part of it might get mucked up, but if you see a very clear image through the night vision, it's probably not the technology that's getting messed up. Mm-hmm. But then you could start asking questions, going back to Jacques Vallée's whole hypothesis. Are we talking psychology? Are we talking physical reality? Are we talking some kind of psychic interplay? And that question is not answered by just looking down night vision binoculars.
What's up with Jacques Vallée?
Say that again?
What's up with Jacques Vallée?
Well, he's extremely busy at he's running a mainstream business, computer science and venture capital, and he's been doing that for quite a while.
I know that NIDS still has some relationship with him, right?
Well, we see him as being an extremely valuable advisor. I mean, he's written so many books, but he is probably still, one of the preeminent people in terms of field experience in the UFO phenomenon, because not only did he go through all of the 1960s, 1970s, the Project Blue Book phase of the UFO phenomenon, but he's continued all through the 80s. He's traveled all over the world. He's done field research in Brazil. He's done field research in what used to be the Soviet Union, United States, and Europe. So you would be really hard pressed to find somebody who is more experienced in field research and also intellectually capable.
In an exceptional situation, are you able to call on him?
In terms of advice, yeah, we are. Mm-hmm. And it's a real bonus, to put it mildly, because I think the level of creativity is extraordinary.
All right. When we return from the break, I'd like to talk a little bit about what NIDS wants to be doing 2001 and going forth.
Yeah, we've got some interesting possibilities.
All right, stay right there. We'll be right back. We're going to break here. We are as close as your computer. If you'll check on my website at www.artbell right now, you will see there all kinds of new stuff. And so all you do is go and click on what's new, and you'll see this. Well, you may see a creature that humans have not seen before. This skunk ape we've got photographs of that Lauren Coleman, the cryptozoologist, commented on in the first hour of the program tonight. He thinks it may be the real thing, folks, so you might want to take a look at that. And many, many other new items. And, of course, if you're interested in reading more about NIDS that we've been hearing about this evening, you can do that as well. There is a link to the NIDS website. Let's go to the guest info for tonight. You'll see the link there to NIDS. And remember, if you have something hot going on, they've got the resources to do something about it, to investigate it, a real scientific investigation, and your name doesn't get dragged through the newspapers or anywhere else. You can depend on them. Colm, welcome back.
Thank you.
So we were going to, I guess, touch on one brief question from Nick in Los Angeles, and it is, what help or information do you receive from NASA? And anything at all from NASA?
Well, actually, what we get is we get cases referred from NASA.
Oh, you do?
Yes. If somebody calls NASA out of the blue looking for some aspect of UFO information, NASA, through the Science Advisory Board that we have, who are connected, many of them are connected with NASA, contact NIDS. So we do get referrals, but we don't get any beyond that. And of course, our physicist Eric Davis has been associated with the NASA Breakthrough Propulsion Initiative for quite a while, as is Hal Puthoff, who is the chairman of our Science Advisory Board. He's on the NASA Breakthrough Propulsion workshops. So there's a very high interest in the relationship between the physics of UFOs, the engineering that is going into UFOs, and the breakthrough propulsion. Obviously, it's not talked about in those terms at the NASA meetings, but it's definitely a high level of interest there.
Okay. Well, it's good to know you've got that connection. Listen, one more. Kevin in Phoenix writes, Fast Blast, all right, I work in a sleep laboratory and use infrared cameras to monitor patients. And I have a video of a ball of energy hovering over a patient that I was observing. Has Colm ever heard of this sort of thing before?
Well, we would like to have a copy of that video.
I bet you would.
If it's available at all, because that's the kind of thing we would be able to look at in more depth, because
that's exactly the kind of call you want to get.
Yeah, we do video analysis. We do have that capability, and if it's through infrared, if there's any if there was a simultaneous visible video available, it would be excellent, especially if there was a difference. But even the infrared video, I think we would really like to see. It does harken back to the same topic that I was talking about earlier. In other words, that beyond the narrow range of the visible spectrum, we speculate now, after like several different events, that there is activity happening that we don't see.
Well, that makes a lot of sense, Colm. Even the SETI group has now decided to stop looking so much for radio signals and begin looking at other spectrums.
Optical SETI, yeah.
That's right.
That's right, yeah. I think that's a pretty sensible notion, that the idea that there's a technology out there that is just transmitting radio waves is the kind of thinking that was okay in the 1950s, but I think the optical SETI is a big leap forward.
Yeah, a lot of aspects of science tend to move sort of together, don't they?
Yeah, they definitely do. And speaking of the NASA connection, the space lab that's up there right now.
Yes.
A lot of these experiments are focused on the commercial applications of microgravity manufacturing, which is obviously a very big interest for Robert Bigelow, because he, in the last 18 months, has launched Bigelow Aerospace.
I was about to mention Bigelow Aerospace.
Yeah, and one of the main views of Bigelow Aerospace is to look at the commercial possibilities of space stations in orbit that are manufacturing pharmaceuticals, manufacturing a whole range of items under zero-G conditions.
Bob is also interested, though, in getting a launch vehicle that would allow citizens to actually go to space.
That's right. And the platforms for commercial exploitation would be phase one, and then phase two, with exactly what you just said, is the cruisers that would go from the near Earth orbit to the moon and back on a 5-day trip, because one of the things that Robert Bigelow has been floating, as a think piece for the future, for 2001, is to examine the possibility that one of the reasons for extremely high performance of UFOs is that the UFOs themselves are manufactured at zero G. In other words, we as a race on planet Earth are now reaching the ability to manufacture off-world. You know, there's a lot of data, or some data at least, to suggest that at least some of the properties of items that are manufactured in zero G are very different from those manufactured terrestrially.
Maybe you can pass on something to Bob for me.
Yeah.
Do you remember the movie Contact?
Yes.
You do, good. Do you remember, I think it was pretty much toward the end of the movie when Jodie Foster was going to, thought she'd had it and she wasn't going to be able to take the machine ride. And the gazillionaire from the space station, Mir, at the time,
right, yeah.
issued that famous line at the end, "Want to take a ride?" You remember that? You tell Bob. That's how I think of Bob.
I'll certainly pass that on. Yeah. I'd say that would really tickle him.
Well, it might tickle him. I don't know. You never know. But he, you know, in all the contacts I've had with Bob, I've always had that sort of lingering feeling. Well, anyway, listen. What's NIDS going to be doing from here forward? Where is the research headed?
Well, you know, mostly we're going to be accelerating what we've been doing already, looking for patterns. And I don't know if you've had anybody on your on your show in the past talking about local sidereal time.
No, what is that?
It's a fairly big analysis was recently done on the on one of the bigger databases of the UFOs, which now has about 130,000 cases, and a pattern emerged that UFO activity, and particularly close encounters of the fourth kind, which is abductions, are closely correlated with what's called local sidereal time at 1300 hours, and that is the relationship of Earth as it rotates with the stars, rather than relationship of Earth as it rotates with the sun, which is the standard day. So, in other words, there's a correlation between a specific slice of the sky being exposed and a higher incidence of abduction or close encounters.
Really?
Now that is very, very interesting from a number of points of view, but primarily because in 1997 a guy called James Spottiswoode found exactly the same kind of correlation for remote viewing, for anomalous cognition, you know, the kind of high-level human performance, exactly the same local sidereal time. So you could make put out the hypothesis that for a specific slice of sky for a given observer on planet Earth being exposed, something is modulating the ability either to remote view or to have anomalous cognition, or to experience close encounter of the fourth kind, or even certain types of UFO phenomenon. So that suggests the possibility of either a signal or the absence of a signal, or something that's modulating coming from a specific direction. And
when certain stars or the star field is in a certain position with respect to Earth, it's when these things are happening. Can you tell me by what percentage or how heavily it's suggested in the research?
Well, you know, the statistics in both cases have been done on enormously high numbers. I mean, the CUFOS database is 130,000, as I mentioned, and the guy who did this is actually Dr. Don Johnson, and he's found that the correlations are pretty strong. You know, that he's graphed them out actually, and I believe he's submitting a paper on this, but I'm not sure if he's actually submitted it yet. But it's the first, to my knowledge at least, it's the first obvious pattern that has leapt out of this.
I've never even considered it until you mentioned it, but now all of a sudden it makes all kinds of sense.
Yeah, and the idea that, for example, you just spoke about SETI, you know, you could speculate a lot on this whole topic, but
the idea that SETI might think of lining up some minor detectors along this kind of meridian, this slice of sky, or even other types of detectors. It's really intriguing to us for the future that this pattern is left out, and that the exact same pattern has already been shown for anomalous cognition and remote viewing. In other words, it's more than coincidence. So we think we'd like to have a look at what that means. That's one of the future topics. And another one of interest is we want to look at the possibility sometime in the coming year of approaching a modified version of congressional hearings.
Oh.
And by
congressional hearings, with what being the subject?
Well, that's precisely it. We think that the best possible subjects right now would be to focus both on air safety and on national security, and in other words, not focus on the traditional, governments need to tell all about what's been happening, but
yes.
You're probably aware of Richard Haynes and Ted Rose's new organization, NARCAP, which is focused on the airline pilots and military pilots, air safety, and he has published a tremendous compilation of about 100 different cases where the suggestion is that air safety has been compromised, and we think that's a really viable way to approach the UFO question.
Well, it is. In other words, if you go to a senator or a congressman and you say, look, we'd like an investigation of UFOs.
Right.
Call me next Thursday, is the kind of thing you'll get, or next year, or never.
Yeah.
But if you talk about national security, there's something they can glom onto.
Yeah, there are the two topics are really something that you could hang your hat on. Exactly what you just said. It's something tangible, and over the last few years we have had interest expressed from both Congress people and senators, but none of the people involved are willing to take the politically suicidal step of jumping up and saying we need to hold hearings on government secrecy. But looking at it from the perspective of air safety, which is an international concern, not only a concern to the FAA, but a concern internationally, we could even look to the future of joining up with other countries. For example, in South America, there are issues of air safety also.
Oh, listen, the stories from Mexico City are incredible. I mean, collisions with airliners.
Right. That's exactly right. And there are other indications that even in Chile, for example, that there were some reports a decade or so ago of the same kind of thing. The air safety, the national security issue, we touched on a bit with this Malmstrom Air Force Base incident, but there are multiple others. And I should also mention that all of these Air Force bases that had incursions, they were independently verified using many groups use FOIA to extract all of the documents that verified that incursions had happened, that the chain of command was quite worried about what was happening in 1975. In other words, questions were going up the chain of command. So it wasn't only Malmstrom Air Force Base, it was right across the northern tier.
But it is not as though they have not looked at this before. You remember the conclusion of Project Blue Book essentially said, whatever these things are, we have concluded they are not a threat to national security.
Right.
And that's how they ended that.
Well, it's an interesting story that the Project Blue Book, we just got hold of the unpublished manuscript from Lieutenant Colonel Hector Quintanilla, who was, as you know, was head of Project Blue Book between 1963 and 1969. And 1969 is when it terminated, so he was there for the final 6 years of Project Blue Book.
Yes.
Now, what this manuscript essentially says is that Project Blue Book was entirely a debunking exercise. So, in his own words,
he admits that?
He's actually, well, he doesn't say Project Blue Book was a debunking exercise. What he writes is, I'm a debunker,
and this is how I dealt with all of the cases that were coming into me. It's a tremendously entertaining manuscript, and actually it's published as an ebook on our website. But it in Lieutenant Colonel's Quintanilla's own words, he essentially really undermines the idea of objectivity with the Air Force Project Blue Book. It was written. This manuscript was written in 1975. It's never been published, and NIDS obtained a copy through the family who were interested in airing it, and it's a very, very interesting compilation.
That's amazing. I had no idea. And you actually have that on the website?
It went up on the website about a week ago, and it's free to download. The entire book, it's like 130 pages.
And it's free?
Yeah, it's free to download.
Oh, my.
All right. You can download it.
You can get to the NIDS website, folks, right at my website. Just go to the guest, and the website is right there. You can jump over to it right now and then bookmark it as you wish. Colm, wonderful as always having you here. I want to do it again. And when you start building that great big electromagnet, I want to be involved.
Yeah, well, you just give us a call and bring your magnets.
I'll do it. Good night, my friend.
Yes, thank you.
In the high desert, I'm Art Bell. Night all.